Okay, welcome all to this council meeting, 31st of July 2024. And welcome all our members of the public and people that are online, and welcome up there to Erin Wilson-Collins, councillor up there online coming in. And we'll start with apologies. We have an apology from Gordon Lambeth. I'll move in a second for that, please. Second, thank you. All those in favour, aye. Aye. Okay, and confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Larson, thank you. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Carried. Is there any conflicts of interest to declare today? No. Okay. We move to the public forum. I'd like to welcome Dr. Jason Smith, Director of the Kauri Museum, who will present in person and play a 4-minute, 32-second long video, it says here. And the topic is the Kauri Museum's development plans for the exit experience. Thank you and welcome, Dr. Jason Smith.
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou. Good morning, everyone. And it's a great pleasure to be able to present to you the Kauri Museum's next great project, which is Kaipara District's next great tourism development opportunity, is what we're about to be experiencing here. So this video is just under 5 minutes long, Your Worship, so it fits within the 5-minute presentation, and it has soft music underneath. I will say nothing. There's an opportunity for questions at the end if His Worship permits that. But you need to just keep watching the screen, please, because it comes at you at a rate of knots, the information that's here, but I will be saying nothing during this movie. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. That is the end of the presentation. So your worship, it's within the 5 minutes for you, but I'm very happy to answer any questions if there are questions from elected members.
Yeah, any questions? Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, just one question. So the idea is to make it a modern experience rather than a rustic experience, which is presently, you reckon?
Yes, yeah, that's fair. Yes, it's the Kauri Museum needs to shift into the more modern era regarding interactive experiences for people, rather than only talking about dead things in glass cases. Yeah. So as a modern museum, that's exactly what the Kauri Museum is going to be doing here. The important part here is that we've already got a $3.5 million upgrade at the front end of the visitor experience. And this bookends that visitor experience with something that will look and feel similar to the beginning experience that all of our more than 30,000 visitors a year have right now. So we're bookending experience. There's a beginning and then there's an end that feels the same for the visitors. It's focused on the visitors. Yeah.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason, two quick questions. Just clarify the timeline, please, of the transition and your funding. You're funding this from existing resources?
So those two things are absolutely linked. So if we can, so we're number one, if I can answer them in reverse order,
Yep.
if we can get our fund, we have no funding right now for this project. This is a multi-million-dollar project. So we are looking for external funding sources right now. So part of this presentation today is about sharing this with the Kaipara community right now through our council, that the Kauri Museum is doing this, just as we've done in-house presentations to the local community you would have read about this couple of weeks. So number one, we have to get all of that funding. If we can get all of that funding quickly, and because of the nature of the subject matters that we're talking about, we're extremely hopeful in this space because of the regenerative nature of what we're talking about. The sincere hope is that all of this would be operational for the visitor tourist season next year. So October, November 2025, we'd be targeting for that. If we can get the money now, and that's the key. That's the key, is to get the money now.
Thank you. Yep.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is a real radical change from the status quo. What actually prompted it?
So thank you. So, and Councillor Vincent, you of course, as a former chair of the Kauri Museum Trust Board, would well know the journey that it's been on in the past. So I appreciate you understand the notion of the shift. What has prompted this is absolutely what the visitors are telling us. The visitor feedback is saying to the Kauri Museum, and we've measured all of this, that they need hands-on experiences. They need the Māori perspective to be being told inside the Kauri Museum and inside the story of the Kauri. Not just, oh, and then, you know, the settlers arrived and started cutting down the trees as the beginning of the story, which it has been for the last 60 years. Yeah, the visitors are now saying, we thought we were going to the Kauri Museum to learn about the Kauri trees. And so that's what we're going to be doing. So rather than the end of the great forest that had been here for 50 million years that the Kauri Museum has told so elaborately. So it's very much a shift into the conservation message, a shift into the opportunity to tell more of the Māori perspective in that story. Also, very importantly, the education and young people's engagement, interactive experiences are absolutely key to help open those learning pathways for young people. Again, we have significant resources inside the Kauri Museum, but they're kind of locked up as dead things in glass cases. Yeah.
Because I love the concept of the tree of hope and also the eco lab, or not, whatever it's called.
The Kauri lab.
The Kauri lab.
Kauri lab, yeah.
And I just was wondering, where did you come up with these ideas from? Okay, originally driven from feedback from the punters, but where did the specific pieces come from to make it a more integrated story?
So it's very much about,
Sorry,
No, carry on.
it's very much about having a narrative arc that has in mind the visitor perspective, that they were leaving the visitor experience going, wow, we loved this. This was amazing. This was terrible.
Yeah.
Like, we loved it and it's awful. What are we supposed to think? That's what the visitors were saying to us. What are we supposed to think at the end of our experience here? And so what this is about crafting and moulding existing resources of the museum into a way that's creating an elegant narrative arc for the visitors so that they go, aha, we get it now. So yes, you destroyed this huge forest. That's deplorable. However, there are amazing things going on that you New Zealanders are doing, such as the Kaipara Moana remediation program, Otamatea, harbour care, the Kauri 2000, people down in the Coromandel, all of the work that's going on for Kauri dieback, and so on and so on and so on. Those stories about the Kauri are not being told inside the Kauri Museum right now. And if we were simply saying that to all of the visitors, the tens of thousands of visitors who come every year, then they'd all leave kind of with a bit of a song in their heart and going, well, these Kiwis wrecked it, but they're doing something about it. And so we feel more hopeful about that, other than, well, they wrecked it and they've told a great story here of how they wrecked it. End of story. Yeah, we can't have that anymore.
I guess where I was heading for was more like there's at a conceptual level. That's awesome. I must confess, I had to breathe a bit first because I was a bit emotionally overwhelmed by it. But I'm interested in how you got from the concept to the lines on the page, actually mapping it out.
That took months and months and months of my work. So it's my work and it's months of my work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. This is all really amazing and I love where you're going with the concept and everything. What is it that you would like to see from Kaipara District Council moving forward?
Kia ora. So from Kaipara District Council, number one, I want you all to see this and to note it and to go, yeah, that's headed in the right direction. How exciting in the centre of Kaipara District that this is going on. Number two is when we're going out for funding, it would be really wonderful if Kaipara District Council said, and we support this happening. It's not a demand on ratepayers to pay for the millions of dollars of this, but what we're saying is that notion of support from Kaipara District Council to say yes, yeah, because this is, again, the Kauri Museum is on one level the county museum for old Otamatea County, everything from Toka through to Mangawhai and Tinopai, yeah. But on another level, it's also a national museum that's everything down to the Coromandel to Kawhia, across the North Waikato, because of the zone where the Kauri had grown, because that is what the collections of the Kauri Museum hold, is all the treasures from all of that place right to North Cape. Yeah. So, and of course, there's also a lot of Kauri artifacts from overseas as well, representing the Kauri forests that are in other parts of the world of Melanesia, Micronesia and Fiji and so on. So our space, if you like, is saying to Kaipara District Council, thank you for listening today, but very much we would like your support as we move forward with this project. And if we can get the funding quickly enough, you'll all be able to be here at the end of your term, this term, for the grand opening of the new event, which is very exciting. We all need things to look forward to and things that are hopeful. Yeah, and that's what this represents.
The procedure question, Mr. Mayor. would it be in order then, we might expect an item on our next council agenda which would address this so that we could formally, as a council, respond?
What do you think?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, Councillor Vincent, formally respond to
This
this,
presentation.
right, to indicate council support for this. I mean, I think that if the easiest way to do that would be a letter from the mayor, council, and I'm not seeing anything that's problematic there.
I suppose if it's on a council agenda, it has the opportunity of further publicity and
Discussion.
or even just so that it actually gains a profile in the media. And also that then the mayor would be writing the formal endorsement of the council potentially.
Okay, with your leave, Mr. Mayor, we'll take that offline if that's okay, Councillor Vincent.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you, Jason. Certainly it looks exciting and I'd like to support it. We've got this proposal to try and boost our economic development within the district, and we see that the Kauri Museum is an integral part of the tourism component of that. And I know that we are still behind pre-COVID numbers, I'd understand. Visitor numbers. It would be great if we could equally what we had pre-COVID and beyond, so that we can get more people coming through our road to look at the Kauri Museum, for example. When we consider that the only consented piece of road in New Zealand to be built at this point is from Warkworth through the Dome, I can see that the Kauri Museum becomes an even more attractive location for Aucklanders and New Zealanders to hit that highway, that new highway, and come through to the museum. So I think it's got an exciting future. So thank you for that presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship, for today. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the council. I wish you all a good day today with the rest of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this presentation, is it possible for it perhaps to be posted on the council's website?
We can work that through.
As like one of the presentations made to the council?
It might be easier on Facebook or something. We'll sort that through.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, the next item, 3.1, is the confirmation of the open minutes. Can I have a mover for that, please? Ash and Councillor Williams. Those in favour, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, the next item on our agenda is item 4.1, correction of the resolution to make rates more affordable in the LTP. That's to be presented by Sue Davison, GM Corporate Services. Thank you, Sue. Can I have a mover? So Howard, seconder. Councillor Nair.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So this item is just a correction, it's fairly straightforward. Previously have explained to the council at a briefing that this is to make the rates 8.9% after growth on average for the 3 years. It's in line with your instructions, and that we're rescinding proposing that you rescind a solution you made at a previous council meeting and adopt the new one to put into effect what you've asked staff to do.
Okay, any questions? Thank you, Sue. Councillor Nair has a question here.
Just a question, obviously. So in this case, we have made a decision after the council gave us some information. And I understand that information given was lacking in few respects, which we are correcting now to justify the decision which we made, right?
So what happened was the staff put up a resolution, and the council had a counter resolution that wanted to affect 8.9% average for the 3 years. We were putting up a resolution which showed different increases for each year. Some of them went up to 15%, I think, in the first year. when we altered the resolution on the day, we found in fact it wasn't going to affect what council wanted. So this is now just correcting it.
So my question essentially is, what happens if because we are waiting on some approvals from NZTA, we end up with a situation that we have more roadworks which cannot go further. So while we're doing the annual plan, would there be a scope for further reductions this way?
No. So once you adopt the plan, which we're asking you to do today, that's the plan. And we have to wait and see what happens with NZTA. Central government don't align themselves with local government, which we've been asking that they do in previous LTPs. This is a problem. And we don't know what we can't second guess them at this point in time. We just have to put in what we think we're going to spend on roading, which we believe is reasonable. Obviously, we've reduced it by 8 million, and that's in this paper. It could reduce further. We don't know what the amount is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Sue. Mover's statement. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that ultimately it's the right move that we're making here. I was on record and am on record of not being entirely happy with the process initially that we went through, but I was much less happy with getting a rate increase down for year one and then having a blowout in year two. We give now our community some surety about the rate levels. You know, it'd be nice to have them below 8.9%, but there are realities to life these days. So ultimately, I think that we've, through a hell of a lot of good work, we've come to the best possible position that we could, and certainly we've got rid of untenable huge increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nair. Second statement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. While echoing the sentiments by the fellow councillors in terms of doing it better or looking better in terms of affordable, I would like to add that there is room for improvements, and it's not we are bound by what we perceive, we are bound by realities. And if the reality is different and there's room to improve, we should look forward to do that. I think as a practical council, we should not be bound by theoretical concepts, and we should look ways and means how we can further give more relief to because a lot of work which is unfinished, and there is a room to save ratepayers, the things of doing which we can't do. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we've landed at a place where we can balance rates affordability and deliver core services, and also get some projects delivered, projects that are good for the community. I'm pleased that we've smoothed this over 3 years, and what I see in that is an opportunity to look for further efficiencies in year 2 and 3, signal that we are going to go out and go through full consultation on our annual plan, starting basically now. I think we've made some good inroads into reviewing our expenditure, and I think we can have another round of doing that and find greater efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that we've gone out for consultation, and the community said quite clearly and loudly that they want affordable rates. And I think that the smoothing over of the rates is more palatable for the community as other costs and rises occur. And although it's unfortunate that we're not able to give the community a lot more of what it deserves, I think that you know, in these times that some sacrifices have to be made, this still ensures that the core services are delivered.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Rachel Williams.
Through the chair. Yeah, look, I agree with everything that's been said around the table. And as a first term councillor going through this long-term plan process over 18 months, it's been huge. And I think, you know, we started at a place around perhaps 18% when it was first, you know, was it 21? Anyway, it was very high. And I think going through this process, we've had a lot of financial information, you know, all of the line items we've gone through. And I believe we've tried our very best and hardest as new council to get this rate increase down, and we have listened to the ratepayers. And I think, you know, I just like to thank the staff and also the elected members who have put a lot of time and effort and energy into this to get it into single figures for our ratepayers. I believe through the annual plan process we can possibly do more, and it would be a nice, it'd be nice to work towards that in the annual plan. So just thank you to everyone and for all their time and effort to get the rates to 8.9%. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, move as right to reply, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the last point I'd make is that there was a difficult balance here. You know, we had a terrible economic environment, but we also, when we started as a fresh new council, we had an aspiration to move the district along. And, you know, I, for one, hold that very near and dear. But, you know, the stark reality is that if you've got no money, you're going to go broke by doing everything that you want to do. You've got to make compromise. So we've made compromises. We've learned a hell of a lot. Well, I certainly have about the finances of the council. But we've made some progress with projects that will make a difference to elements of our community, which I think is great. You know, it's a starting base. At the same time, we've pruned back many that we would like to have had. So, you know, it is that balance, but we are still moving ahead with some degree of positivity whilst trying to be as prudent as possible on finances. And my last comment will be to echo what Councillor Williams said about huge thanks. I mean, the amount of time and energy and sweat and blood and tears taken to get to where we got to cannot be underestimated. And the thanks all around, you know, it was hard to get to some of the information or final points that we needed to at times, but we got there, and there was a huge amount of work and excellent cooperation and collaboration on the way through. And I heartily endorse what Councillor Williams said in thanking all parties involved.
Thank you. So let's move through to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, the next item on our agenda is item 4.2, financial policies adoption 2024. Can I have a mover for that? Okay, I'll move it. Second it. So Howard. Thank you, Sue. We're back again.
So these are the financial policies that also are part of the long-term plan that council reviewed. Firstly, the development contributions policy. This is an interim policy and will look to have a 10-year capital program attached to a newer development contributions policy when council has looked at those projects. So this development contributions policy will be effective from 1st of August. The changes you'll see in the policy, primarily 2.14, I've put in the delegations there that apply to this policy. You can see that there's been an increase in the development contribution fees. And that's because of the fact that we have higher interest rates, higher inflation rates, and also there's been less developers than we thought actually connecting to the plant. And also there's far more growth that we're having to spend money on. It's not just on the Mangawhai wastewater, it's on stormwater throughout the district, and also now on some of the plants, some of the reticulation extensions we're having to do. So that's the development contributions policy. The revenue and finance policy, that's going to be reviewed again, and I think from next looking at policy again, but basically that's how we charge the costs that we have, how we spread the rates, the costs over the various sectors of our community. And council decided they wanted to stay with land value for this this year, but want us to have another look at CV in this for next financial year, for the following financial year. The Treasury policy, there's really no changes apart from I put the delegations for that at the end to make it clearer. And financial contributions policy, there's no changes. We've just added in the fact that we can charge for networks because we'd taken that out because of the Three Waters policy. So that's really all. I'll just take questions.
Thank you, Sue. Question, Councillor Penalties.
Thank you. Remind me, just looking at the wording of the document, it says around the targeted rates for libraries that we settled on the UACG. But in your paper, it says to those areas that apply. So what does that mean? Because I thought it was just to be, I thought it was just to apply to all of the district or equally as a.
That's right. It is every household is charged apart from, I think we have might have two households on the one property. So we haven't, we haven't charged it like.
Unless an exception applies, it should say, as opposed to.
Yeah, all
that it applies to, as though it's still, because originally it was to be within the township.
The original proposal was urban got a different charge to the rural. We got a lot of feedback saying no, they felt it should be either general rates or people should be charged equally. We then looked at charging it as one targeted rate, and that's what's also meant that we've reduced the UAGC, because if you
making sure that to those that it applies to doesn't mean that it still encapsulates the original area, but so you.
No, it's the whole district.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sue. I do have one little question. And if I go to page 98 of the document, it's under, it's item 3.8 that relates to contributions not paid in terms of development contributions. And I'm particularly interested to understand what learnings we have made and achieved from, I won't exaggerate, from the Mangawhai Central commercial situation. Now, item C, 3.8C says, contributions are not paid at the times required. C, withhold code compliance certificate in the case of building consent. As we know, in Mangawhai Central, we've got a diabolical situation of a developer that built some commercial properties that still don't have code compliance, but they're all tenanted. And in many instances, they are still, after 4, 5 or 6 attempts by the developer to fix it, we still have leaky buildings. It is an absurd situation. So are we likely to harden up on that? And I know that, it would be a worse environment if we didn't have some commercial activity going on, but the expense that the retailers and commercial operators are having to pay in terms of lost productivity with their businesses there still. And we still don't have clear resolution. And as I'm aware, the developer still doesn't have code compliance on those buildings. So could we look in the future to say no code compliance, get it fixed and give them a timeline and be a lot harder on final achievement? This is not to say that the council has done wrong in this. The council is, has been on top of the issues, but it has gone on for, I don't want to exaggerate, but I imagine 2 years at least.
So through the chair, with regard to development contributions, they have paid their full development contributions. And so we're not withholding the code of compliance because of that.
No, I know that.
The building, and our building manager will be following up on that. And we do have regular meetings. They come back with potential solutions, but in the end, that is the only, I suppose, remedy that we have, is not to give them a code of compliance. And they're as keen to try and get full.
Resolve it.
Yeah, resolve it themselves, because they want to move on, and they may well want to sell the properties afterwards. So it's stopping them from doing their business. So they just had an unfortunate incident that they had the people that actually put the roof on in the beginning went broke.
Yeah. Look, appreciate that, and thanks for your answer. I guess the other thing is that the penalty that the commercial owners have is that, as I understand it, they haven't been paid any rent thus far anyway. But the point is that could we make sure that we've learned and these situations don't go on if it happens?
Can I intervene here? I think that there's a bit of relevance here, Mike. I think it's a different issue.
Well, it relates to one point that's in there. I can accept that, but this was the opportunity I saw to raise that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions to Sue? Councillor Nair.
Mr. Mayor. So Sue, you have mentioned that development contributions were not to the level which we have perceived in the past. So my question is, at the moment, we have a plan in place. We have $42 million for Mangawhai, 8 million for Dagaville, about 50 million of ratepayers' money collected, on the perception that we will be getting development contribution to this extent, which is obviously based on the growth projections in the two districts, right?
Correct. You are correct in that what we have done is looked at projects. We've taken projects from the last LTP that are still growth projects. We haven't added on the extra projects for the 3 years from 2021 to 2024. Council hadn't discussed that, and affordability was the problem. So I can't put projects into the development contributions that I know we can never build and never afford. And council needs to discuss it and understand that. We hadn't done that. So these development contributions, the fees that we're proposing to charge and the projects that are in there are only those that were identified to 2021.
So just a corollary to that. I mean, that's where I struggle to find that we make these plans, but not based on reality, but on projections. The interest on that original, on Mangawhai wastewater scheme, which is still due, the loan amount is still due and more is coming, is still continuing to be charged to the existing ratepayers, continue as such.
That's right. There's part of the interest is charged.
Anyway,
Okay. Any further
thank you.
questions? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks, Sue. In relation to the revenue and finance policy, which feeds into the next item. Right. page 530, we have the proposed UAGC. Council's practice has been to not charge UAGC on every lot when they're held and operated together. Is that policy still in place regard to these rates?
I'll just ask the revenue manager to come and answer that question. In detail. Christine Toms. In response to that, it's not a council policy. It's a law, it's legislation. So section 20 of the Rating Act makes us not apply fixed charges to a property that's better than one electric.
Okay.
So we haven't itemised it there because it's redundant, I guess, because it's.
That's section 20 of the Local Government Rating Act. And so does the same apply to the targeted rate for parks and libraries?
Yes.
It does.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I had one question.
No, you've asked your
Can
question.
I ask another question, please? It's a clarification.
More, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just on another item. You have mentioned, Sue, somewhere, a breakup on page 27, I think it is, according to me. Would you be able to answer or somebody else will answer?
What about, sorry, what's the question? Which policy does it relate to?
Well,
What was the question?
it said developments, so you have quantified the developments in roading and roading east area. I think it's page 27. I can leave it for next item if it's too hard.
Financial contributions policy.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, of the development contributions policy. I've seen that, page 27, there's a map.
Yes, so
Heading east, yes.
so my question is, I mean, it's probably an error. You have mentioned roading, which applies to the whole district. And you also have roading east and another item. So the first roading is all encompassing district. And then you have further item excluding, is it excluding roading east? Or because you don't want double whammy on those people, that you have exclusively for roading east and then you have another which is applying to the whole district. So they're paying twice.
Yes, they pay for different roads. So there's different roads included in the policy for roading and for roading east. And at the time that the council set this policy, they obviously believed that a lot of the roads were the roads that we've contributed to were basically related to marked up on page 27 area, and that those people should just pay for that, in addition to the district roading that had been identified. But it's a very small amount, the district roading.
Okay.
And that may be something you want to look at when we do this next step and re-looking at development contributions. You may decide everyone to pay for roading just one fee, and that that's up to council.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions to Sue? Thank you, Sue. The statement. Yeah, look, thank you for that presentation, Sue, in this paper. There's quite a bit that we have to look to going forward, and I'm happy to see that, because I think we need to have a realignment of some of our fees and charges in terms of development contributions, and it'll be something that we can maybe get more efficiencies into our business. Okay, second statement, Councillor Howard.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, whoever's right to reply, have to add. All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the long-term plan 2024-2027 adoption. I'll move that. Can I have a second?
I'll see.
Morning, everyone. So, as Councillor Williams mentioned earlier, after 18 months of immense input from everyone, staff, elected members and our communities, we finally have the long-term plan 2024 for adoption here today. This LTP has been prepared while riding storms of nature and wave after wave of government legislative repeals and changes. The most recent of these arrived the day before this agenda was released. This has meant unprecedented reworking of activities, policies and financials every time a change occurred across those 18 months. It has been challenging for everyone to keep up with, but we have all done our best to stay across these things. Due to the most recent change, in addition to the minor editorial changes which are standard in the final stages of a document such as this, staff with CE delegation will have to alter the Four Waters measures to align with the revised non-financial performance measures rules 2024 as they are statutory and released by the Department of Internal Affairs. It's best to align our final LTP with the measures which will be coming out in our annual reports each year for the next 3 years. And that annual report reports back to our communities on our performance, so it's good if the two documents align. As Councillor Howard mentioned earlier, this is not the aspirational LTP that we thought we would get when we started this process in December 2022. The storms, the removal of significant funding from central government and the return of Three Waters to councils meant that for the most part we have not been able to incorporate many of the good ideas everyone had contributed to the process. What we do have, though, is an LTP focused on recovery, not pursuing shiny things, and above all, keeping rates affordable for the community. Staff will be keeping lists of the items that didn't make it into this LTP so that they can be reconsidered for the next LTP in 2027. Council works in an ever-changing world which legislation recognises. This means that changes to this LTP can be made through the annual plan processes for years 2 and 3. All things considered, this long-term plan has been through an exceptional amount of work and a robust and on many occasions intense process to finally arrive here. It's a sound document that staff are ready to action on adoption. Are there any questions before I pass you to Sue, who will work through any queries you have on the financials?
Any questions, please? Off lightly here.
Must be going to hand them to me. Lots of questions. Gotcha. Okay, I'll just take you through just some of the financials. So some of the key information that I just want you to be to reiterate is the roading costs. That council made a large decision about mitigating the roading recovery repairs, one-off costs of Cyclone Gabriel by funding the local share from retained earnings. That is in previous years, so that wasn't put on, or that was taken out of the rates for this year because we found that we weren't spending the rates in the previous 2 years. So that was a huge saving or better use of money for our community. This LTP reflects an increase in interest costs because the interest rates have risen, as we all know, to 6%. It also means that there's also been an increase in debt, not so much funding coming in from various areas. The last LTP was full of government funded projects. This one isn't, apart from roading. And we're having to pay for a lot more of our projects by way of debt, which then is increased. Because you have increased debt, you have increased interest costs. And you can see that our debt is increasing, has been the same for the last 4 years, 44 million, and it's projected to go up to 76 million by June 2027. And obviously there's been an increase in assets, which means there's additional funded depreciation. So all those costs work their way into the costs of the rates that have to be afforded. In terms of our reserves, we have still got some depreciation reserves for wastewater and stormwater, which is great, but we've basically depleted our parks and solid waste reserves, which means for any new projects coming after the 3 years that we'll have to start paying for those either out of debt, out of general rates going forward. It's just something to be aware of. Our reserve financial contributions due to what we received through that goes into to pay for open spaces is starting to build up again, because you'll remember that at the end of the last council, we spent 5 million on new land for sports grounds in Mangawhai. They're now starting to build up, and at the end of 2027, we think there'll be a balance of about 2.9 million, which is good to see. On the other side, the development contributions that we've just been talking about, the projects in there, there's a lot more other projects. So the Mangawhai wastewater looks like it will grow to $34 million worth of projects. There'll also be another 6 million for the rest of the district and other projects, whether it's stormwater or their wastewater projects. And how it'll actually impact on people's pockets. So with regards to water, the first cubic metre the council said should be equate to 15% of the costs. In this particular year, the water costs have actually reduced. So 15% is goes from $210 per property down to $205 per property. Unfortunately, what's happened is people have reduced their consumption, so the balance of the costs are borne by an estimate for a lesser consumption. So the cubic metre cost goes up from $4.51 to $5.14 because people are conserving water and doing what they should. Wastewater rates, they're increasing by just under $100 per property. And as we discussed before, the UAGC is set at $725, but we have a new uniform charge for parks and libraries, which is over the district, which is going to be $373 per property. Who's paying for those rates? You'll see on page 4 of my report that Kaiwaka Mangawhai, the rates themselves, $50 million. 46% of that is coming from Kaiwaka Mangawhai, 20 district ward, I should say. Otamatea ward is paying 20%, and the Whangarei ward will pay 34% of that. In terms of sample properties, we've given you those. You can see what the amount is per week, but there are, because of the revaluation being done at the same time, in the same year as our long-term plan, you can see that some properties, they will be more than the 8.9% because residential properties have gone up more in relation to what the rural properties increased. So that's really all my question to you, and I'll take
Questions for Sue. Councillor Naya.
Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I mean, we have worked hard on this, but as I said, my concern is primarily that more debt, which we have taken about 32 million from 44 million, is to relate with the local water well done. And that's a point which we are looking to work around with different councils. It's not Kaipara District Council solving the problem of water. National government or central government is involved in there. And we don't know to what extent we will have the project cost.
Have you got a question?
Yeah, that's a question I'm asking. So, and is the interest on all those things is also built up in this LTP? On what premise?
That's right. We have in the LTP, I can't recall which page it is.
It is
There is
page 3, I think.
There is a list of capital projects you'll see there.
Yeah.
A number of those are either funded from development contributions or debt, and development contributions are debt because it's debt we have to take out for future contributions that we're going to receive. And as I said, there's a lot more being taken out for that. Some of them are water projects. There's some money being spent on a library, but primarily it is the water and wastewater projects.
Which we don't even know. Thank you.
Well, we do know we've got 3 years, and this is only 3 years, but there are more that we haven't agreed from the 2021 year to the 2024 year.
But my question primarily, Mr. Mayor, is based on that we are making this LTP based on some presumptions which we don't know.
Yes, you're correct in that we've been told by the government that waters is back to us, whereas has been passed back to us, and that's the assumption we've had to make this on. But at the same time, we've been told by central government that there could be a CCO. The government's introduced local waters well done, which means we have to look at a different model.
And we have $4 million in cash, which we are sitting on as well. You mentioned in the page here.
Yes, yeah, that's for the in the long-term plan, yes.
Okay, any further
Thank you.
questions? Councillor Larson?
Just a couple of little things which I think can be dealt with through part E of the just one moment, back to the on page 12, the top box says that we've got a sort of around 9%, and it all says increase will be 8%. And the other point, I just note that none of the text, none of the body text justify. We were able to justify the text.
So what page is that on?
The first one is on 12 and the second one is on all pages.
Okay. Design, okay.
Of the LTP.
Yeah, the LTP document.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Move a statement. I put a press statement out about the long-term plan, that it sets out a bold new vision for the Kaipara District, Kaipara the place to be, which is what our members decided we wanted to be our primary statement. And this vision is underpinned by 5 key outcomes: prosperous economy, affordable living, dependable roading, vibrant communities and healthy environment, and the related budgets and work programs set the direction and time frame for the achievement of these outcomes. It's been a difficult process because we've had the challenges of the moving goalpost of the 4 waters, and then now we've got local waters done well upon us. So there's some challenges there going forward. However, the early engagement and consultation with our ratepayers leading up to the LTP, they made it loud and clear that roading was one of their major issues. And I guess if councils have a primary role, it's probably roading and wastewater, isn't it? And sewage and stormwater. So we've entered a new contract with Downers, and secondly, as a part of this new contract, we've included a focus on 40% of the work being done by local roading staff, roading contractors. So we're bringing our roading staff back in-house out of the Northern Transport Alliance, and I'm looking forward to seeing a tangible roading maintenance improvement. Some of our members, including myself, have been driving our roads during the whole term of our since the election, and it's been one of those things we've had to almost get involved at an operational level because we needed to change things. So I'm looking forward to some changes through this LTP and what we've done with roading. Obviously, our district's feeling the cost of living, price escalation and high interest rates, and we've got an economic down, and we're still recovering from the effects of the cyclone. So that's why this was a 3-year LTP budget. It was based primarily on recovery. And we heard from our ratepayers their need for rates affordability, I committed to getting the rates increases to below 9%. And I'd like to thank our elected members and our staff for cooperating to actually make our rates smooth at 8.9% for the next 3 years. And we will still maintain core services and work programs through that period. So on an optimistic point of view, despite the current economic challenges of the Kaipara District, it's still achieving growth and prosperity. Its strategic location to Auckland, the new motorway about to be started soon, land accessibility and diverse natural assets enhance its appeal as an attractive destination for residents, investors and businesses. We are actively promoting Kaipara as a district which is cost competitive, has sensible, simple consenting and planning rules, which hopefully will help us focus on the future where Kaipara will be the place to be. Thank you. Seconder statement, Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I certainly concur with a lot of what you've said there, and I think it's been such a long time since we first got together and unanimously agreed on our vision of Kaipara, the place to be, and our 5 key community outcomes that sort of we've actually finally landed there today, subject to this motion being carried. But Kaipara's got a great future. Really amazing to hear that the 4-laning from Warkworth to Tihana, putting Kaipara right on the doorstep and via a motorway, is most certainly going to happen, and is in fact the only consented road ready to go in the whole country. And so we're in pole position to attract new people, refugees from Auckland wanting to get out of the hustle and bustle down there, and we're on the verge of setting out a regulatory attitude and framework to attract new people, to make our community more vibrant, where there are more people to spend in the local shops and provide local services. So I think we're really making some great progress in that regard. We're already making progress, as the Mayor has alluded to, with straightening out our roading, and I'm seeing improvements on the roads already and a really great attitude in that department. So look forward to taking this forward. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Naya.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would say that we did work hard on bringing LTP to a respectable level, but I don't take comfort in the fact that, and I keep saying that, $32 million of that is on a project which we don't know which way it's going to go, which is the local waters done well. The wastewater component of Mangawhai is $32 million and $8 million is Dagaville. Much of the roading work is being done in the east, not in the west. And I have to say it because when you say Kaipara, you mean both east and west, and that's not happening. So I'm very disappointed. We are the poor cousins of Kaipara, and the whole growth prospects actually are in the west. We saw a presentation from Kauri Museum today. We want, when they come to Brendowin, they turn left, so they see the experience, they see the forest, they see the beauty, and we want the west to grow. The projections are also flawed. It hasn't been done before, and the growth projections will not bring the revenue. So I actually have a kind of pain in the heart for the ratepayers. I think financially we have failed to deliver. And hopefully with the work done, with the local waters done well sorted, maybe the next year the rate which we are forcing of 9% will not be there, because then we would have learned that this money we are sitting on for unfinished work of more than $20 million, emergency works unfinished, which will take a year. Literally, we should not have charged them even a single penny for the first year. But if we do, we should be at least grateful enough not to have any rate increases, and feeling sorry for our ratepayers, and hope we do better. Thank you.
Other members wish to speak? Okay, movers right a reply. Look, I don't accept this premise that you keep bringing up, Councillor Nair, that there's an unfair distribution of funding throughout the district. In fact, there is. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand is the issue we have so much development at the east, particularly in Mangawhai, and the contributions that are gathered there are spent there because they have to be by law, particularly reserve contributions. And despite that, a percentage of that is spent throughout the rest of the district. So I'm looking at what we're doing here is district wide, and making that equitable for everybody. If you look at what's happening in Dargaville with, I think we've got a 400 lot subdivision now that has gone through a process where it hasn't been appealed, and I've met the developer on site, and he is dead keen to provide affordable sections and affordable housing on those sections. That will generate business in Dargaville and bring in funding that will provide a lot more growth there. So I'm very, very, very optimistic about Dargaville and surrounding areas. There's money being spent for example, I think it's 1.5 million we're spending in Mangatareiro on the sewage there. I think that the council's fairly distributing the funding in this district, and we have every community, well, our whole community and every part of that community in mind when we set policy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favour, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion carried. Okay, setting of rates, due dates and penalties regime. I move that one. Do I have a second?
I see.
Councillor Howard.
Now that we've adopted the long-term plan, the next legislative process is to set the rates and the due dates and penalties. So that's the document that you've got in front of you now. Because of the delay, we would normally be doing all of this at the end of June. Because of our 1 month delay, we are now doing it now, which means, we've discussed this before, our due date for the first rates instalment will be 1 month later. So get out to being due on the 20th of September rather than August. And we're still remaining with the following 3 instalments due on the dates that they would always have been. So we're not changing those at all. So I think that's the key points for this rates resolution, and it's, I don't know if I've got anything else to say. Anything you needed to say?
Okay, just before I ask for questions, I'll note that this recommendation for this item is lengthy. It's been through a formal legal review process with Simpson Grierson. So when you look at it, it's probably the biggest resolution you'll see in a document, I would say. So I'll just point that out. So are there any questions of Christine and Sue? No. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with what I see here. It's, once again, there's a lot of work in here. Taking the statement, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. It's a lot of work, and I think that we've come, if you like, to the end of the road, and we can move along. And I think that it's great that we've got the opportunity now to approve this and get on, and let's get it out there so we can actually stop and be positive, and we can stop the small pockets of misinformation or non-information or non-understanding that exists in the community about the dates applicable for rates. So let's get on with it.
Thank you. Any other elected members wish to speak? Okay. I have nothing further to add. All in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll have a wee break here.
Deserve it, don't we?
Yeah.
That's the guy.
10 minutes, is it?
I don't
20 past,
20 past the
20 past 11.
councillor Wilson Collins.
And then we're moving to item on the agenda 4.5, joint delivery of local government economic development services in Northland, expansion to include Whangarei District Council. This is basically all this is about, is including Whangarei District Council, so it should be a reasonably simple item. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Naya, seconder. Councillor Anderson. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and you're absolutely right. It's really a procedural decision here. So what we're looking to do is seek approval on a set of recommendations that has arisen from WDC becoming a shareholder of Northland Inc. And so we are seeking to sell 10 shares to Northland Inc. The recommendations here have all been endorsed by the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee. All the other councils have signed off on these recommendations, and we are the last council to do this. These recommendations will see WDC transitioning into be a shareholder in Northland Inc. Therefore, getting more monies into the pot for Northland Inc. to deliver greater economic development for Kaipara and the wider region. That's all.
Okay, any questions? Questions, right.
Oh, I can ask
One question.
So, Whangarei being the key and the strongest player, who is the driver for this motion? Is it the Whangarei who wants to join, or obviously he's a purchaser? And in terms of the influence on Northland Inc. would be much coming down from Whangarei. Is there an issue or not?
So through the chair, as I've outlined, as that they want to be part of Northland Inc. and they have that. That is what it is. I don't.
So maybe,
Mr. Chair, sorry. So we're equal shareholders. So what this does is create an equal shareholding between the four councils for the CCO and incorporating WDC into that process.
my concern, Mr. Morris, is just that they were not there the initial setup was there, they're not there. Now they're coming. Are we gonna win out of this relationship or lose?
As through you, Mr. Mayor. So in Whangarei District Council in the tent, it becomes a true joint regional CCO for economic development for the whole region. And as Michael also said, we get significant more funding into the CCO from Whangarei District Council. So from a regional perspective, it is a win. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
We have a statement, Councillor Naya.
Yeah, I think it's procedural as was mentioned by the presenter. But as he said, it's way forward, and hopefully we all four work together for individual regions, not for their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. A comment? Councillor, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think that this is a real positive for Northland and a real positive for Northland Inc. and the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee. I think that Whangarei are going to be a huge strength in this working relationship, bringing the whole of Northland together and making it much more effective in pursuing funding from central government and other sources altogether. So I'd like to welcome Whangarei District Council.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ends up bringing us all together, and the timing couldn't be better, probably with recent announcements about the new roading and the 4-laner and the likes. And I think that now we've got a real the power pack that we should have had all the way through, probably, and to have Whangarei in the tent, and now we can really put some good behind a great strategy to develop all of Northland. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I follow on a bit in the theme of councillor Nair's question in that my observation, the impression I gained at the time when there was publicity about the reopening of the Rangiora State Highway 1, you could be forgiven for thinking that Kaipara was not part of Northland in terms of the publicity around trying to encourage people to come to Northland. And I think that was a lot of the message coming out of Northland Inc. So I think we still have some way to go in actually getting a benefit from participation in this organisation to actually help promote our profile. And remains to be seen whether an inclusion of Whangarei in that will be positive or negative. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few words to say. I think an organisation like this, it's incumbent on us to drive and get the most out of it that we can as a council. So we have to be really proactive in working with the group to promote our district so that we get our fair share of that promotion. And I do agree with you, there was a promotion highway that would have been better for Argable particularly. You were correct, it wasn't what we would have liked. However, everyone's human. I have to say that because of these organisations, it's allowed me to meet and socialise quite often over the issues we have in common with Mayor Moko, Mayor Vince, and the chair of NRC. And there's times when it's so good to have that relationship where you can talk to them about issues. For example, the one that came up just last week was we all talked about the fact that they're trying to change the building code so we increase the insulation of houses in the north there to the tune of 30 to 50,000, which we think is unnecessary. So collectively, we think that's bad for our region in terms of our housing and economic growth, and we will be pushing back. So it gives us a collective voice. So I think that's important as well. Thank you. Movers right to reply. Councillor Nair.
No, I totally agree, Mr. Mayor, with the sentiment. And yes, I also hope that going forward together will bring prosperity to Northland and to Kaipara. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Next on our agenda is Alcohol Control Bylaw 2018 amendment. Can I have a mover for that, please? Okay, Councillor Vincent, seconder.
Prove I was here.
Councillor Williams, thank you. Welcome, Virginia, thank you.
Good morning. The alcohol control bylaw is made under section 147 and was reviewed under section 158 of the LGA, Local Government Act. The purpose of the bylaw is to reduce alcohol harm by controlling the consumption, bringing in and possession of the alcohol in public places, including inside a vehicle. Council have consulted with the public on its proposed bylaw. No submissions were received. Council must now make the final determinations on the legislative matters contained in the recommendations before bylaw. Questions?
Straightforward, is it? Thank you very much. Okay, mover's statement, Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, this is just a confirmation of discussion we've had as a previous briefing, and as the staff pointed out, the application of this as a draft attracted no submissions. Speaking as a licensing committee member, I do have some insight in the area, and I don't see it's a useful tool that enables the police to be drawn into areas of disorder that might otherwise not. However, it's not the magic bullet that's going to solve alcohol-related harm in our communities. That is my statement.
Thank you very much. Second statement, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I think process. There were no submissions. This is really just finalising.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? Movers right to reply, councillor Vincent.
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor.
So let's move to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay, next item on the agenda is 4.7 Class 4 Gambling Revenues Review Policy. That's once again, we welcome the,
Okay, this is a statutory policy.
sorry, before I have that, can I have a mover? Councillor Vincent again, can I second that? Councillor Nair, thank you, sorry, Virginia. Yep,
Sorry, my apologies.
not your fault.
So this is statutory policy made under section 102 and reviewed under section 102(5) of the Gambling Act 2003. The review concluded that the policy remains fit for purpose, and this was presented at a previous council briefing. Legislative compliance and statutory assessments have been completed and are in attachment B that support and enable council's discretionary powers to make a decision to retain the policy without conducting public consultation. This is a decision for council to make. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Leave a statement. Thank you, councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I appreciate the efforts. Once again, this is an item which been before a briefing session from council. That's a continuation of the existing policy. It hasn't attracted any submissions, and I commend it to you for your endorsement.
Thank you. Councillor Nair.
Nothing further to add, sir.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Who was right to reply, councillor Vincent?
Nothing to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. 4.8. Totaliser Agency Policy Review. Once again, welcome, Virginia. Can I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Howard, second it. Councillor Williams, thank you.
Again, this is a statutory policy made under section 96(1) and reviewed under section 97(4) of the Racing Act. A review of the policy concluded that it remains fit for purpose. This was presented at a previous council briefing. Legislative compliance and statutory assessments have been completed and are in attachment B that support and enable council's discretionary powers to make a decision to retain the policy without conducting consultation. This matter is left up for your determination. Any questions?
Thank you. If you were to go with one of the three options, what would you think is best for the community? To go out for consultation or to just adopt option one?
The recommendation is to adopt option one, the reason being that we have not had a standalone TAB venue in the district since I think it was 2014. The indicators from TAB NZ indicate that they're moving their business online and remote, so the chances of this policy being used is very, very slim to none. The other thing as well is that the rules and provisions that are in the policy at the moment ensure that there's no build-up of or centralising of gambling venues, so it does give council that flexibility there. Again, I said the policy is fit for purpose, and considering the cost associated with public consultation compared to the decision and how less significant the decision is against the significance and engagement policy, I'm recommending that we don't go out for consultation.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vinnie. You can stand down. Move a statement, councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Nothing really to add. I mean, I think it's well covered there and established. No brainer. We don't have a TAB operating, and so really there's nothing to add.
Okay, councillor Williams.
Nothing to add. Again, it's just the end of the process, so.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Vincent.
Just briefly, I do think we need to be mindful of consultation overload. Bearing in mind, we've just come through a major process and we're going to be starting on another one relating to the long-term, annual plan for next year. So if we don't have to, well, I think that's another good reason that
Movers right to reply, councillor Howard.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Next item on our agenda is item 4.9. Is Lloyd Barton here?
This is.
Welcome, Lloyd. Lloyd Barton, resource consents.
have we,
That's the.
Can I have a mover for that, please?
Road naming policy, didn't it?
Class 4 gambling venues policy, did we get one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're on to 4.9. Can I have a mover for that, please?
Road naming policy.
Okay, I'll move that.
I'll second.
Councillor Larson. Okay, thank you, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. New road naming policy replaces the 2017 policy to give developers and the community guidance in terms of road naming. The intent of the policy is to make sure that individual properties are readily accessible and can be located for postal courier and utility emergency services. The personal preference of developers is emphasised in the policy without undue intervention by council. It is made clear in the policy that it's council who have full discretion to make the final decisions on road names. You will recall it's been discussed at a couple of councillor briefing sessions back in April and the last one on the 3rd of July. And the evolution of the draft policy is set out on page 620 of the agenda. The road naming policy in attachment A is the same as that presented by council briefing, except for two minor amendments. The definition of road, that's at section 4, has been included by cross-reference to the relevant section of the Local Government Act 1974. And at clause 14.2a on page 620 of the agenda, there's just a clarification that a public road may include an access way or a service lane vested or controlled by council. And that simply reflects the feedback at that briefing session. So the recommendation is on page 619 to adopt the road naming policy as per attachment A, and delegates authority to the Mayor and the CE to make any minor drafting or presentation amendments. And I'm happy through the Mayor, I'm happy to answer any
questions. No, thank you. You can stand down then, Lloyd. Statement, yep, we've been through this at briefings and it's sensible. See, so that's about all I need to say regarding that. Councillor Larson.
Yeah, I concur. We've been through it a number of times. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
To speak. Thank you. I was online during the briefing, so I didn't really have an opportunity to put my views across, but the amendments to section 9, te reo names and assistance, and the rewording in terms of this paper presented to us, A and B. So A, that developers are encouraged to check issues such as spelling, culturally sensitivity with staff without staff speaking on behalf of iwi and hapu. However, this is not a requirement, and the notation of iwi authorities that have statutory acknowledgement in Kaipara District who applicants may wish to seek advice from, it is not a requirement to do so. So just in terms of te reo, I think that a definite distinction needs to be drawn between te reo per se and the use of words of tupuna or culturally significant names to iwi or hapu. And so the changes or the watering down of the council to the extent that developers just have a right to use any old te reo name without any appropriate consideration of the people whose names those belong to is just not something that I view as this policy amendment ever being able to override. And so there will be pushback from iwi, hapu and mana whenua if developers think that they can use this new amendment to get through te reo names. And I would just want to caution developers in terms of the outcome of this today that although it may not be a requirement to consult, I would strongly encourage and urge developers to consult. Otherwise, they will have some problems on their hands down the track. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. I think we've traversed this appropriately, so I've got nothing further to say. All those in favour raise their hands and say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Next one on our agenda is item 4.10, Kaipara District Council submission on making it easier to build granny flats. This will be presented to us by Catherine Overwater, Manager. Thank you, Catherine. Can I have a mover for this, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Paniora and a seconder?
Yeah.
Ash, no. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship and elected members. Here in front of you today is the draft submission on the Making It Easier to Build Granny Flats proposal that was put forward by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, or MB, and the Ministry for the Environment. So the submissions close soon on the 12th of August. And I guess the key thing is that it's making it easier to for councils to, for landowners to put granny flats on their properties up to 60 square metres in size without needing building consent or resource consent, so long as they meet certain criteria. So the key changes that I've highlighted in the submission, really those that they're looking at in terms of the changes to the Building Act and the Resource Management Act. So I've outlined those. We did ask for any feedback before I prepared, and we didn't receive any from elected members. So
I sent you a 2-pager.
the other day, yep. I mean, before drafting this and getting it on the agenda. So I have got some feedback. Thank you, Councillor Vincent, to make some final changes. So today we're seeking approval of the draft submission, subject to any amendments. Questions?
Okay, any questions? Councillor Vincent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my belated feedback, which is missing from my inbox, I did ask. I've got a number of concerns with it. Like I'm okay with the principle, but I've got concerns as to how it disadvantages council, and it's perhaps another example of central government saying they've solved a problem by putting it in the district council's court or the building consent authority's court. Firstly, I did ask, said that I'd be interested to hear from someone from the building team as to the level of trust they would have in the reliability of licensed building practitioners actually building buildings that comply with the building code without oversight from council's inspection services.
Yep.
So that's my first question.
Yep. So we did talk to Alistair's team and the team leader in the building department, who did express concerns because of the issues they're already facing with the more permissive Building Act, smaller buildings or structures. So there was concern around that. And I've tried to reflect that in the submission to say, you know, that if these are unregulated, what sort of consequences of that? So I have got your feedback as well, Councillor Vincent. So there's a few things that you have made some good points in that I can to the feedback there. Does that answer your question or not? Not particularly.
It does. It kind of confirms my suspicions.
Yeah.
Because there's other questions around that in terms of, well, I think that the submission of, this is leading up to a question. The submission itself does, the consultation document itself does do quite a good job, not a perfect job, in setting out what the risks are.
Yes.
But to me, it doesn't actually address all the risks adequately. And it's going to, has the potential to leave the local authorities holding the baby because we haven't been able to adequately fund the costs of development in terms of the infrastructure that will need to follow, in terms of the increasing the capacity of reticulation and headworks for storage schemes, water supplies and the like. And that's going to be our problem because, and I did have a look to see if I could find the statement from Minister Bishop about how council shouldn't expect central government to come to their aid of their shortfalls in funding infrastructure costs. So this is, and I do think if it's, someone could track that down, I do think that would be a valuable, so that's a statement. Do you think it's possible that you can include that? Could you find that and include it in your submission? Because I think that's a really important point to be made. I think I made a reference to it there in my feedback, which I did circulate to everybody. And the other point, perhaps, which wasn't picked up in your original submission, was the impact on if we're heading towards capital value rating, how significant that is. So is that something that can be taken into account as well? Because if, on the understanding, if we don't have a record of the and its value, then that doesn't add to the capital value of the property. So that means that person's rates will be, all other things being equal, cheaper than the person that has got the record there. And then, ask, I think, can we also just ask the question along the lines of, as far as development contributions go, what better tools can the government offer than what we have now, which is than the status quo? Because it seems to me that what they're proposing is dodgy. Sorry that was veering into statements, but
No, you've got a bunch of questions there, so Catherine, you like what?
So just a response to that, I guess it comes back to the triggers that eventuate through the Building Act and the Resource Management Act as well. So my take from the document, which, as you say, was quite a good document at framing sort of the changes and the risks, but not so good at the consequences of that. So I guess it depends whether there are triggers in the Act. Some of the things that they have put in there, which tripped me up a little bit, were actually like triggers for fees and things. So if the granny flat proposal, goes through as permitted and nothing comes to council, then we do have those issues, as you've pointed out. If there are some parts of that process that still come to council, there might be some, and this is totally dependent on what comes out of the proposal, whether we can, instigate development contributions and also information for, LIMS and QV, et cetera. So it really does come down to what eventuates through the proposal. And I think they've done a reasonable job at framing it, but it's what will come, what will be the final product. And I hope that we would get some say in that potentially before it actually does become law.
So Paniora.
Thank you. So the first question that I have is kind of like looking ahead to the future. If it does go through, will it apply retrospectively to current granny flats that are unconsented, or will those have to still go through a certificate of acceptance process?
So probably at the moment, if it's already like established on a property,
Many.
yes, of course, yeah. So I would have thought that, you know, they're potentially, unless there's some exemption in this new legislation that comes out, which I haven't read anything about, I would say that you know, at the time that they're established, which, you know, is generally the rules that apply at that time. So unless you were to kind of argue that you'd built it after these new rules come out, yeah, I think it'd be a tricky one. Yeah, I'm not a building consent officer, so I'm not really sure what they do in that space at the moment for unconsented buildings that do need certificates of compliance. So I guess the onus is on the landowners to either want to do that or not. So,
but what if they're already compliant they are compliant, they just haven't gone through
the process.
And then with the new changes for it being a permitted activity, then what would...
Yeah, I think it would come down to whether there's anything said in the new legislation about that, because if it's a building that's built now and they can go through that process now and get those certifications, it would be, you know, usually in legislation they have transitional provisions that kind of apply to those types of, like if it's already in the process, for example, you know, there's probably a few that are going through building consent process at the moment, so.
Yeah, I'm just mainly talking about the ones that are already built, not consented. And then because with the new changes, it would be that it doesn't even need
they'd be
prior consent. Therefore, it would be compliant. I would think that's why I'm just wondering, would it just cure those deficiencies, I guess?
Potentially, but it would depend on, and it depends whether people want, you know, code of compliance and things like that as well. That's one of the issues that's raised in this.
I mean, I suppose I'd need that to sell it, but I'm just talking about to be compliant, like per se with the, you know, the council as a regulator of.
Yeah, I would have thought that if they become permitted, that, you know, then there wouldn't be the onus to do it unless there's something in the legislation that says otherwise.
Okay.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Catherine. I too have a number of concerns about this. And Catherine, can I ask, do you perceive that this legislation will unnecessarily add a lot more work for our already small team and actually potentially allow sideways movements, and there will be people in the community who will interpret themselves what this allows, what it doesn't, and go ahead and do things without due process. So, I think I believe that, you know, we're vulnerable because of our numbers, and people will abuse the situation. I think that, you know, I'm one who believes that consents. You know, if you've got consent, you have to do something, you must do it. So is this a major issue for us, do you perceive?
I guess there's a lot of drivers for granny flats. I mean, when we think about the council step in the whole process of acquiring one of these and putting it on your property, it's such a small step doing the council stuff. You know, you've got really big cost, obviously, purchasing and building, all the materials, labour, or plumbing and all those types of things. You know? So I think there is certain in which I've tried to highlight that councils can become vulnerable if these become, you know, quite a thing in Kaipara, and I suspect that they will get reasonable uptake because it's a solution to housing. But at the end of the day, you've got to have the money to do it. So to purchase the building and to put it on your land, which might require earthworks, plumbing, and all those infrastructure things anyway. So you're looking at the cost of the building plus all the associated works, and that's aside from the council regulations. So even if you take that out of the picture, you've still got all those things to do. And if, to your point, if they're not done properly and adequately, it's who's left holding the baby at the end of the day, because the next person that comes along to purchase that property, if there's issues, will be looking at council, how, you know, And if there's no regulation around it, who's the one that takes the liability for those issues?
Oh, and thank you. And I agree. And I go back to Councillor Paniora's point is that, it can be a hang of a long time from when you legally or illegally build something like this and then go to sell it. And, a lot of legislation can pass. So, where does the compliance fit as far as that goes? And how far can you go back and check? So, I mean, I just think nature of humanity is that some will work to circumvent this, and we need to be vigilant, and we don't have the resource to do that. And I think that that's a major concern. And I take some comfort in reading here that, there's a certain amount of area required under current council policies, district plan to add a second dwelling. But again, that stands to be abused, and I'm sure that it is abused in the community already, and we don't have the ability to get around and get on top of those, as you say, until a property is sold. So it is a concern that we are manifesting this. Great idea, make things easier, but I'm not going to be happy about supporting it if there is a major negative impact on our ability to actually get ahead and do the things that we need to do with legitimate consents and the like, without underhand work. I don't want to put a negative connotation on everybody who might consider this, but there will be those that will seek to avoid and just add unnecessary work for our staff.
A statement or question?
Oh, well, it started with a question.
Question, okay. What, did you?
There was
Summing up.
So, Catherine, what's your question? Is there a expected impact on the staff?
I would say if there's any impact, it will be in future through the monitoring team who would be, needing to follow up, excuse me, on these buildings that are causing issues, and it could be, sewage issues, or it could be, amenity values, because some of the suggestions in the proposal are for quite what I would deem kind of urban living situations. But it would be the monitoring team largely that would have to front this, and of course the building team as well, because they get a lot of questions about whether these sorts of things require permits and things like that. So potentially yes is my answer.
Okay. As we have now, there is the ability for people when they buy a property to look at a LIM report, which will obviously identify some of those issues for them.
Potentially, yep. Potentially if they're recorded, like if there's an issue.
We know about them.
Yeah,
Know about them first.
They know about them, yeah. Okay, Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think if you look at the consultation document attached, they have whatever we are talking about. I think 90% of that is covered in the safeguards, which, so my question is, in the submission we are putting, are we talking anything new? Because all they are asking you, whatever we talked about, the records, yes, that's a concern. Infrastructure funding, yes, that's a concern. It is on page 7 of 29. So, and there are 67 councils talking the same thing about it. But what I'm trying to say in a submission, are we putting something new? Because it says the proposal aim to mitigate these risks. Question 3, do you agree with the risk identified? Yes, do. So all I'm trying to say is a great thing. Are we not looking at the things which are adding on to mitigate the risk, or we are just making a huge submissions talking about things which everybody has already identified? I wish, is there a frequently asked questions FAQ apart from these safeguards they mentioned, which are good enough, 7 of them on page 7.
So, are you asking in terms of how we have framed the submission?
Yes. All I'm trying to say is you are raising concerns which are already identified, and they're asking you whether you agree with this. And yes, we say, yes, we do agree with it. I mean, whether we have staff, whether we have that or not, this is something in the, at the moment, there's a good proposal.
Statement,
I'm asking the question.
but you wouldn't allow her to
Hang
answer.
on, just let me control the meeting, please. What was the?
My question is, are we putting something newer than what is already in the consultation document?
So when I went through the consultation document, it asked those specific questions which you're referring to, Councillor Nair. And we could have structured the submission in a way that just responds to each kind of question, if you like.
Yes.
But generally, when council have done a submission, we've done kind of a more generic kind of viewpoint, if you like. So that's the way that I have framed it. But through your worship, if you want me to change it to address the specific questions that have been asked, I'm happy to go away and have a look at that again. But generally, we wanted to kind of, I suppose, show our support, that we generally support what they're putting out there, but obviously highlighting that we are concerned that there are risks of unintended consequences from the risks that have been highlighted through the consultation document. So that's kind of where I landed in terms of what I've prepared for you.
Look, I'm sure these questions are coming through from a lot of councils, I'd imagine.
Yes. Yep.
So we'll see the result of that. Okay. You want to say something, Sue Mara?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I just think, I mean, obviously timing's hard here with the submission and the process around it. Just to clarify, it's due prior to the 12th of August.
Yes.
That's my understanding. So perhaps we have a mechanism here to get additional feedback from elected members via email to Catherine direct over the next couple of days, if you wouldn't mind, and then we can build that into the submission under the final editorial amendments, part B of the resolution, and we can move on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for putting that work into that too, Councillor Vince. I know you spent some time on it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. We have a statement, Councillor Paniwara.
Thank you. The item this morning is merely some input into a submission of a national scale from all different councils with differing opinions, different communities, different wants and needs. I think that here today before us is the question of, do we support the proposal in principle? If it is that we do support the proposal in principle, then that should be the thrust of the submissions. Are there needs in our community? Well, yes, there are needs in our community. There's great needs. And I think that in terms of the way that I look at things, I look at what is the benefits, the cost and the benefits. And for me, the benefits far outweigh the risks that we've mentioned today. So the benefits are that have obviously, you know, a housing shortage, but also for, you know, Māori and Pacific communities, generational living is quite a significant thing, and for us to be able to look after our elderly, our kaumātua and kuia close to us. We don't believe in rest homes, and those are things that we, you know, have to consider as culturally appropriate. Some of the barriers to that are the costs of council consenting fees and things like that. And so the risks, and there are many, there are different ways to be able to tackle those. For example, we are a council, we have permitted activities, discretionary, non-compliant and prohibited. And this would fall into a category of a permitted activity that would have, you know, rules, very strong and succinct rules around it. It would still have the oversight of builders and as was alluded to, in the presentation. And then there's also processes where, you know, if a building is built, then that could be filed with the council, the appropriate council, to be able to put that on file so that it appears in a LIM report. There's also, if there were issues down the track, certificate of acceptances whereby, you know, a purchaser of a property could request that actually we're not happy with, because we've had the builder's report that has picked up on these issues. Therefore, we require as a condition of the sale that you get a certificate of acceptance through, you know, a registered builder. So there's various different processes that could alleviate some of those risks. And I think that the benefits, again, far outweigh the risks that we've presented here today. So I'm fully in support of the proposal in principle. I thought that the submissions were pretty good. We're just looking at, you know, whether we endorse it or not at this stage. And I'm sure as the process goes down the track that we'll be able to feed in a lot more of, you know, how to really tighten up those issues. And thank you.
Thank you. Second statement, Shania.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think it's a way forward, and granny flat is not only for grannies, it could be for your children as well, who need to stay, and affordability. Sorry?
And leech off you. No, just kidding.
Affordability issue is a big issue. So I think if we are supporting it in principle option 2, all I'm trying to say here is we don't make it too wordy, trying to miss the point, and the risks which have been identified and documented, we don't need to spend time on it. I don't think there'll be much of council's thing in there. There'll be a record there and all those kind of things. So I think all those nitty gritty can be sorted. The will is there, and it is a good will, and there's a way forward as well. So I'm in support of it very much so. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, in principle, it would seem to be a good step forward. However, I have real concerns, as I've endeavoured to express, about the potential abuse of this on a number of fronts, not the least of which being our infrastructure. And whilst I will support this recommendation, I do so with care and caution, and I will submit some additional thoughts on risk mitigation. And I think that I just want to make sure that the door is open here to a lot of abuse, and we can't have our staff wasting time or spending too much time on checking on that. So that's my concerns.
Anyone else? Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess 3 main points. One is, it might be the need for a lawyer to identify potential liability risks. It might be my concerns are entirely misplaced as far as that goes, but that is an avenue which I think I did indicate in the paper that I circulated, that is a possibility which would be paid for by the ratepayers. And I think there's potential for a transition from the cost of processing a building consent paid for largely by the applicant to the cost of monitoring and enforcement paid for largely by the ratepayer. And the third point is, and it's really just a matter of making sure that the parameters are set out clearly in terms of this issue of permeability surfaces, because it's not just roof area, it's concrete driveways and stuff as well, which can add to the rate of runoff. And so that's just a matter of, set the rules right so that the things work, and there'll be places where it is feasible to put a granny flat and places where it isn't, because there's already too much bloody concrete on the section, say.
Yep.
Unless, of course, it was built on top of the concrete, in which case there would be no net difference. So that's the feedback I have.
Yeah, look, I actually concur with Councillor Penalties to a large degree. I think communities need less rules in their lives as long as they're, I guess the key thing here is to make sure that we get a result where people are doing things to a standard that we find acceptable, right? And I mean, I've been one of the rule breakers in the past, paid the price quite often. And I remember doing a renovation on a round barn in Auckland, and in the end, we simply needed a safe, what they called a safe and sanitary certificate. So you could get someone other than your council to provide that to show that, you know, you weren't going to foul the waterways or add sewage into your stormwater and that sort of stuff, that it had been built to a standard. So, you know, and then in my experience in construction, you know, some of the best prepared jobs were people that had never built their own house, but they were so paranoid about getting it right that they did, you know, and they worked with a builder to do that. So I think this opens up that opportunity where people can go back to providing for themselves. And I think that's the way things are going with this, the dire need for housing. This might be an important key to helping with that. So at this stage, I'm, you know, in support of the submission. Movers right of reply, Councillor Penalties.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on a couple of points that were made. Firstly, legal liability. I guess that could be dealt with through a LIM report, a disclaimer noting there is a granny flat located on the property under the provisions of, you know, within this district that X, Y, Z hasn't occurred, that all on the purchaser. We have to put the say back in the landowners, you know, into their court. We get ourselves so tied up in knots about being the regulator that we forget that the benefit far, far outweighs the potential to abuse the system. We will always have people that abuse the system. Should those that follow the rules be disadvantaged because of those rule breakers that we will get, and we get to this day, you know, we have unconsented works out there at the moment, and none of the rules that we've got in place have done anything to fix that. There's, as I say, a raft of ways that we can tighten it up so that we avoid liability but enable development. This is another way for us to, you know, squeeze this housing shortage right out, and sharing the cost, sharing the load, sharing. That's just the way of the future now. There's smaller houses. There's some really nice smaller houses out there. You know, we're probably thinking ahead to the like the extreme. We don't want it to, you know, bring down the amenity values of different areas, but we've got some really cool technologies and innovations out there in this. I think this could enable that as well. And, you know, we're not probably thinking about eyesores. As was said, you're going to need money to do it anyway. So we're not talking about putting, I guess, shacks up or anything in Mangawhai. So, yeah, as I say, all for it at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to the vote now. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Next item 4.1, I'd like to move this. Can I have a seconder? That's the Mangawhai Heads Reserve Concept Plan.
I'll see.
Thank you, Mike.
Putting it in.
Hang on, just, yeah, as part of this, before you present that, Arnon, take a seat, Arnon, but I'd like to appoint the working group as Deputy Mayor Larson as the chair, Councillor Howard, Councillor Williams and myself. Thank you. Marlon and Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a follow-up paper from the briefing requesting that Council recommends the development of a reserve concept plan. It also notes the working party, which you've just considered, and the table in the next step gives a broad outline of the timeframe. Take any questions, Mr. Mayor?
Question, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through the chair. So looking through this timeline, I just wondered, are you able to give an update as to where you're at with the surf club lease and where it would where the timing would be for that, if you're able to do that in this forum.
So we are working with the surf club at the moment. We are the surf club have prepared a works agreement which allows them to undertake the works on the slip. We are working with them in terms of alignment of our concept plan with the lease that they are seeking.
Okay, so they are in the mix somewhere.
Correct.
Taking them with us.
Correct. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
We've been in discussions with the chief executive of Surf Life Saving New Zealand.
Thank you.
Okay, councillor Penalties.
I had a similar question, but I'll just narrow it down now because it's been answered, and that's around, so will they still be able to utilise the funding that they had to start, you know, working in parallel with the concept plan to get that remediated? So you've said they will, is that where it ends under the MOU, or what's the plan?
So the plan, through you, Mr. Mayor, the plan at the moment is that we are just in the throes of finalising the works agreement. Once that's done, that'll allow the surf club to engage a contractor and get the repairs done to the slip. They obviously want to do that quite quickly because their money is time bound as well, and I think it's next June by which they have to use the funds. In terms of the next stage, then they need to go through and repair the building. And that's part of the claim that they'll make with their insurance company. At the same time, as we are consulting on this plan, we will incorporate their longer term needs into this consultation process. So once the concept plan has been adopted, we can then go into formal discussions with the surf club around the lease and bring that lease option back to council.
Excellent, thank you.
Other question?
Yeah.
Councillor Nair?
Just as a corollary to the previous questions. So this initial round of consultation with the community will be including the Mangawhai Surf Club in their consultation. So I know they're a separate thing from what's happening with their slip repair, but because we don't want to have a separate thing happening with a project draft plan, and they are not aware, and they have a different plan which does not tie well with the reserve plan. So would they be all along part of the initial informal consultation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they will be part of the formal consultation as part of this reserve concept.
So not informal consultation, initial one.
They'll be part of the consultation process, and they're a key stakeholder.
Thank you.
We are working with them.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillor Larson?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Just a question for you. Were you thinking of having a break at some point?
We'll have lunch after this.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously you're hungry. Any other questions?
Fading away.
Asked on your behalf.
Okay, thank you. Down move just myself. Yeah, look, actually, I'd like to thank CE Maris and Anna Nama for some of the work they've been doing on an ongoing basis. It's been quite a process, and also councillors Howard, Williams and Larson liaising with the surf club to get a good result, and at the same time get this that can run parallel. I just note this, it says the community will be asked to submit their suggestions for the future development of this reserve, so that'll include the whole community and the surf club. These suggestions will then be workshopped with elected members and a draft reserve concept plan prepared. So there's plenty of opportunity here for input into this process. This working group, they've been working already basically with the surf club, and there's some of the issues that are coming up there. And it's good that the surf club are able to deal with that slip and start moving forward to getting a good resolution to fixing up their situation, because they've very, mindful of the fact that they could lose membership if they don't get on with it and get something up and running. Okay. Second statement, Councillor Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? Adversity opens up opportunities. The adversity came in the form of the slip, February last year. And out of that, we have a surf club that really desperately needs to get back on their feet. And it's great to be working alongside them to try to get to that outcome as quickly as they can physically do. But at the same time, it's opened up the opportunity to review how the future might look in that area. And we are already in a situation where we just don't have capacity with parking, with accessibility, all sorts of things. So I look forward to the opportunity to connect with the community, all the elements of the community, to find how they feel about what the future might look out there on that reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other elected members wish to speak?
I can speak.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anything with the consultation or previous consultation with the public is a good idea. And hopefully it will not be a very expensive idea in terms of consultants and all. And it will be great if the surf club is there from A to Z, because end of the day, I think they're doing a bloody good job, life-saving. So yeah, all for it. Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Yes, I concur with what's been said. I'm so glad that we've come to a common sense resolution here to work in parallel with the Life Club and to not prolong and delay by waiting for a concept plan. I think that they're really critical in this and that we should be making sure that we're supporting them and updating them throughout the process. So that we can get to where it is that we want to achieve with them at the forefront of all decision making and other community members. And I'm also happy with the consultation that's taking place with Te Uri Oho. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Williams.
Through the chair. Yeah, look, it's just great to be able to start this process, take the community with us, and also, working with the surf club to get the result that they need to be back on track. So, yeah, really positive, and I look forward to taking this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I like particularly about it is the intention to undertake the informal community engagement prior to developing the draft, a more formal consultation, so that hopefully it will mean that the community and the key stakeholders will feel that this is their plan.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply, which is myself. Yeah, I'm excited about this. It's interesting sometimes. One of the things I've learned is when you have consultation, sometimes you get someone who comes along with an entirely new, innovative, great idea, and you think, wow, why didn't we think of that? So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this. Okay, that's all I have to say. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay, let's break for lunch. What's the time? Into item 4.12, and I'd like to move this recommendation, except in part B, I'd like to take out the Taimoana word. It just approves naming the reserve at the end of Rangiora Road as the Hubert Linnell Reserve. So can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Rachel. Okay, who's presenting this item?
Anna Nama there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bring to you today a paper seeking the formal name of the Rangiora Road Reserve. This piece of work is part of a wider scope of works that is outlined in figure 2. It involves upgrading of some concrete areas, boat ramp, vehicle turning areas, car parking and toilet. Part of that proposal, Mr. Mayor, we had to go and consult with the community, and part of that consultation was the naming of that reserve. As part of the process, the Lindell family were involved. They consulted with the local mana whenua and came up with the name as outlined in the paper's recommendation. So today, Mr. Mayor, we're just seeking formal endorsement of the name. Therefore, we can then continue with the other aspects of formally identifying the reserve.
Any questions?
What does Taimoana means? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's a reference to the tidal currents.
Sorry?
It's a reference to the tidal currents in the harbour.
Thank you.
Tidal currents.
Any other questions? Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Yes, thank you. Considering it's been out for consultation and now it's come to council and we're changing the name that has been requested by the family and consulted on, do we need to consult further on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's a decision for council.
So,
Councillor Vincent.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. So could I just seek clarification then on the motion as it now is?
We'll put that on the board.
Through Mr. Mayor, we'll get the motion that was put forward up on the screen for you, so you can have a look at it.
Thank you. Right, so, and that's the one we're voting on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so yeah, that was the one that was moved and seconded as an alternative to the staff recommendation, but that will be the one that you'll be voting on, correct?
So then we're deleting the words Taimoana from the name. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I disagree with that.
Any further questions of staff?
Yeah, the question, because I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to wrap my head around, so how we got to this point in terms of road naming changes to policies and what I thought was an understanding between the elected members that we would have less input into road and not supersede or override road naming recommendations. So I'm just wondering, how did we get to a point where we're now actually changing the request by a family to a name that it wants for it to say. Look, has the family been consulted with on this change, or I just don't understand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, staff can't answer that question. If we put our staff recommendation into the report, the question has to be asked of the mover, I would expect.
Is that appropriate to respond as?
It's up to the mover. What I would say here is, as Anna said before, the decision is of the council, and it is up to the council to decide whether or not they would like to agree or not to that name.
I'll address that in the mover's statement.
Sorry, I have just a clarification, Mr. Mayor, on the name, if I could. So somebody asked, are we taking Time Honor out? But looks like Time Honor.
That's what I've moved, Councillor Nair, yes.
No, so it says notes request by it to reserve at the end of the name Time Honor Reserve. So we are not taking it out.
Could be.
Look at B.
B.
Approves naming the reserve at the end of the name. So I know I'm against it too. Thank you.
Councillor Penalties, you have another question?
Are we breaching the policy that we just amended to say that people in the community should have more of a say as to what they want names to be, names of roads to be named?
It's not a name.
Well,
Yes.
same sort of, it comes within the same sort of.
It isn't a road, so therefore the road naming policy doesn't apply. The report covers that off.
So what covers, I guess, what covers this then in terms of policies if it sits out of the road? Are we now going into different territory then? Is this not a dock? So is this actually a council requirement to even have any input into a reserve? Because I would have thought it would have fallen under Department of Conservation or something like that.
My understanding through is it's a council reserve, so therefore it's falls within the remit of council, and then there is no policy around naming reserves.
So it's not a Crown Reserve that's got delegated its authority to council, it's owned outright by the.
It's vested in council.
I'm very confused.
So what policy covers this, so what policy covers this matter that we're deciding on today so that I understand it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have a policy for the naming of reserves at all, actually. So again, this is a council decision about whether or not you vote on this and agree to it or not.
So I'm going to push you on that point. If we don't have a policy, then what gives us the right, where do we draw our powers from to even make this decision and then go against what the family has recommended?
So the council has the ability to decide a policy. If it doesn't decide a policy, it can make a decision in simple terms.
So we're making a decision without a policy and without a paper that's been brought to us, a motion that's been presented, and the question to be asked is not going to be answered until the statement's been made, which is after the time for questions. So we can't ask questions flowing from the statement.
Sorry, I am very confused, Mr. Mayor. So the family wants Time Honor there or not? Because it nowhere it says the Lennon family wants Time Honor reserve, Time Honor word. If you look at the discussion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the report, so let's be clear here, okay? So we've got a staff report that we've put in, we've followed a process, we've talked to the family and they've talked to iwi. We have been advised that the preference is as originally put in the report.
Yeah.
And that's what we recommended to you. What has occurred is that the mover and seconder have moved an alternative recommendation to the staff recommendation. And as you know, that's entirely able to be done.
We should be practiced on this.
They're able to be done. And then you, as a council, have the ability to make a decision on this either way.
Can we not leave this on the table until the family's been consulted? Can we not actually look at a policy to drive our decision making and then it's occurred? Like, what is the timeframes for the naming? Why do we have to name it today when there's so much questions unanswered?
Yeah.
So you, Mr. Mayor, so you do have if you're okay, yeah, you do have the ability to make an amendment or do whatever you want. It's on the table in discussion at the moment, and you're asking questions at the moment.
Can I propose an amendment?
Time.
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to say the Lennon family is the one who has a right to name it, and it does not breaches any of the existing policy. So we should not get involved in it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Nair, I respect your right to make an amendment, but it's got to be a workable amendment.
Yeah, workable amendment.
That needs to provide the wording to.
Yeah, so.
Sorry, but that was not a workable amendment.
I will move an amendment that the decision lay on the table.
Mr. Mayor, you have a member moving an amendment and you've got someone else moving another amendment over the top of them before they've completed their amendment.
Is that okay?
Let's go to the first one.
Yeah.
You have an amendment?
Yes.
Please.
Can you put it on the screen?
No, I'd rather just have you
Oh.
tell me and then I'll put it up with it. Thank you.
So you say that the council notes the request of the family, whatever name is here. It's called Hubert Lennon family or whatever. Request to name the full district. And two, as it is under the policy requirement, permitted under the policy, right? The name is permitted under the policy, existing policy. Sorry? The naming policy.
So we're doing, if you're saying this exact thing, only with the original name, so approve naming the reserve at the end of Rangiora Road.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is whatever is proposed by them, we should not just go with it.
Chair, has been reverting back to the staff recommendation.
Yes, yes, that's right. Well, all I was noting is the community and the rules or the policy is at par. We should not mess with it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Could I suggest as a succinct way of dealing with that?
Yeah. Why not?
Is the motion, the amendment is that the words kai moana be reinserted after the word linnell in paragraph B of the motion.
Okay. Happy with that.
I'll second that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we just take a pause while we get the wording up on the screen, just so that we're clear on this amendment.
I just have this.
Okay.
That's something you're comfortable with?
Yeah, approves naming.
This time I want to be reinserted in the motion.
Yeah.
See approves.
Yeah. Well, as I say, as per the wishes of the community.
Mm-hmm. The community's wishes.
As per the wishes of the community.
Yeah.
As per the.
That's not the amendment. I mean, the amendment is just paragraph B at present, isn't it? The motion we would be voting for is
that we are going back to scale one. That's what I'm.
Full motion.
Yeah. That's right.
Can you help us, Mr. Chief Executive, to actually, we can just focus on the issue that's the subject of the amendment, which is reinserting the words tai moana in paragraph B.
How are you, Mr. Mayor? And I note here that the chairperson has given you quite some leeway in this. You could just move the original staff recommendation as amendment and.
Where's the amendment?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just gonna stop. It's really hard when I'm.
Yeah, no, you're fine. We just need to get this right.
A just needs to move to actually have the original staff recommendation or agrees to.
You just move the staff, original staff.
To the motion now?
We need a second.
Oh, seconded, she seconded. Oh, sorry, Councillor Pera.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so currently we have an amendment by replacement on the table. It's been moved by Councillor Nair, and I believe, Rangiora, can you confirm that you've seconded that?
Yes.
Before we move into the debate on the amendment, I would say here that with amendments, for future reference, we do need to be quite structured around them, and you do need to have your wording in place prior to it. If we would ask for that cooperation, that'd be great. Mr. Mayor, so you have an amendment on the table. The speaking and questions can go now.
Okay. Any questions of the staff? Any further questions of the staff?
Well, I think I have to speak to the.
Hang on, just be quiet, please.
We can ask if there's any further questions of the staff.
Are there any further questions from the staff?
For the staff.
Of the staff.
So, Mr. Mayor, you've got an amendment on the table there. It's been moved by Councillor Nair and seconded by Councillor Rangiora. So you could move to speaking now on the amendment.
Okay.
And Councillor Nair gets to go first.
Councillor Nair, you get to talk first.
Thank you. Well, I am speaking because I've been made to speak on this. There was an amendment proposed and we have been taken, I think at least I have been taken by surprise and very confused with these changes, what is proposed and what is presented. Naming is one thing we thought is the right of the family. And we have been talking along in 2 years of our tenure. And now I don't know what's the driver for this amendment. And I'm very, very disappointed that we are going to the nitty and gritty of changing what is proposed to get, I don't know what kind of mileage. So I would like to say we go back to what is proposed, what is the wishes of the community, what is the wishes of the family, and we should not mess with it. Thank you.
Okay, second statement.
Yes, I'd just like to convey my disappointment, but not surprise on the seeming pivot of this road naming, this reserve naming. I suspect that there's been some side conversations had and there's potentially the fronting of the councillors as moving this amendment. So I'm also disappointed if that is the case. I mean, I won't assume any more into that. I don't understand this. On the one hand, we've had the councillors the majority of councillors wanting to move amendments to policies on road naming provisions, actually just previously this morning, and also a number of briefings that we've had. And the principle around that was lesser oversight or interference by local government or the council into different road naming policies. Although this isn't a road naming, it's got similar sentiments, similar principles to it. And then, so that's on the one hand, and then we've got on the other hand, what looks to me to be a majority of councillors actually changing a name that's been proposed by a family And there's been no indication as to whether the family is aware of this, whether they agreed to this, and just complete overstretch of our ability as elected members to invoke our own personal beliefs into, there seems to be an attack on te reo Māori right across the board, whether it's in the LTP or whether it's in, road naming policies, and now we've had a removal of Taimoana out of a reserve that's next to the Taimoana. So it just seems absurd to me that we're doing this today. It's embarrassing, and if it's correct that this reserve is owned by council, then it shouldn't be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elected members to get to name it, and when it's owned by the whole community. So what I'll say is our terms will be over in October next year, and I'm sure that that things will go back to how they're supposed to go back to, when we have a decent council that's going to be more making decisions along the lines of the community and what they want, as opposed to their own personal biases. Thank you.
Okay. Any other elected members wish to speak? I'll speak.
Yeah,
I'll speak first, if you don't mind. Okay. If you look at our workshop previously, where I, at that time, said that we should not be using long names, as with the roading policy. And Councillor Penny was correct, this is not under the road naming policy. But as it says in the report, it should be noted Council does not have a naming policy, and the reserves are not covered under Council's new roading name policy. This aside, as recognised by Councillor Penny, or the principles of the road naming policy could be used as a guide when naming reserves. This includes discouraging names that are long, 15 characters or more, not duplicating names within the district, and by calling this the Hubert Linnell Taimoana Reserve, it reaches both of those principles. And it is noted that there is already a Taimoana close within reasonably close proximity to Mangawhai. And I think, I know he's not here, but I know that one of our councillors said, the worst thing that can happen is if you send someone to Taimoana and it's the wrong Taimoana in terms of emergency services, for example. Subject to that, I don't think the family will be disappointed having the name of their grandfather on the reserve as the Hubert Linnell Reserve. They've had the land for 6 generations. They've made this land available for the reserve. And, I don't see a problem with us making a decision as a council, by the way. We make the decisions, not necessarily the staff or the recommendation. We are, as a council, make a democratic majority decision. So, however the vote goes, that'll be what it is, a democratic decision. Anyone else wish to speak?
No, not now. Thank you.
So Vincent
clarified that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was interested to know what the original motions, what ideological explanation it was going to provide to justify making this change. I agree that the road naming policy could very possibly form the basis and it might well become a roads and reserves naming policy, possibly, without checking, but I think there's a lot of useful guidance in there. However, in terms of the length of the name, if that is the primary reason, well, there's good reasons why a road name shouldn't be too long. That's because if it's too long, it becomes a lever which gets blown off the pole. Whereas for a naming of a reserve, that is not a consideration because it doesn't have to be up on a pole, but it can actually be supported by two posts or whatever. So I don't think that argument cuts a lot of ice myself. I do think that we should be respecting the some proposed by the people whose land it has come from, and acknowledging the location and the history. And I just think it's a travesty, but we can correct that. I've made a little note here too. I'm learning not to be embarrassed by the actions of this council, and but that is not a completed journey. I resent the way in which this change was, to me, relatively subtly brought into the motion, and that's why I had to seek clarification as to what it actually was that we were voting on. And I'm very pleased that other members decided that they should remedy this by an amendment, and I commend my colleagues on the other side of the house to vote with this amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Williams.
Through the chair. I think my main driver on this was the fact that there is Taimoana close, and Taimoana, there could be crossover. You know, it's the same, it's a road name and part of a reserve name. So that was my thoughts on having it as the Hubert Linnell Reserve. It still has the family name in there, which is the most important thing that needs to remain. So that was my reasoning on seconding the motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah,
Hang on.
sorry.
Spoken. Moving on to the vote.
Okay. I might ask a question. Do we know for fact?
We do have questions.
No, it's
Okay,
Been three questions. We're
finished question.
Thanks.
okay. Let's go to the vote.
Hang on, can you make sure people know what they're voting on?
They're voting on the amendment that's been put forward.
Yeah.
Okay, and the amendment, you can read it up there, notes the request by the Linnell family to have the end of Rangiora Road named the Hubert Linnell Taimoana Reserve, and B, approves naming the reserve at the end of Rangiora Road as the Hubert Linnell Reserve. Okay. So we're going to have a vote. Okay, let's put the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against, raise a hand and say no.
Against.
Against?
Division.
Councillor Howard,
Against.
Deputy Mayor Larson,
Against.
Councillor Manderson,
Against.
Councillor Nair,
Oh, favor.
Councillor Peniora,
For.
Councillor Vincent,
For.
Councillor Williams, Councillor Wilson Collins,
For.
Mayor Jepson.
Against.
It's lost.
It's lost.
Sorry, lost, sorry.
Okay. All right, so we go back to the substantive motion, is that correct?
Correct.
And put this back to the vote? Okay.
People can, so through you, Mr. Mayor, you've voted on the amendment, the amendment failed. So the substantive motion is back on the table. Those who have not spoken to it may speak to it at this point.
Okay, who has not spoken?
Me.
Peniora?
I haven't spoken now. Good to go. Yeah, I just echo the sentiments of my statement for the amendment to the motion. This is unfortunate that this is going to pass today. What I do want to speak to is the continual attack on everything that is Māori. There's elected members around the table that again and again always have some indirect reason for, you know, the removal of te reo, whether it's, oh, it breaches this policy or it breaches that principle, but yet on the same hand, on the other hand, continually breaches, I don't know, policies of significance, consultation requirements, even sometimes obligations under the Local Government Act to get other things passed. There's always a different reason, but one theme is so obvious here, and it's a continual attack on Māori, on te reo, on Māori's ability to engage and participate in local government. I'm embarrassed about the long-term plan that we've just passed this morning that speaks to the council's commitment and dedication to mana whenua, te uri o hau and te roroa, their mana enhancing agreements and memorandum of understandings in our long-term plan that we've just published today, but they've received letters of unilateral terminations of their agreements by the Mayor. I think that those ought to be removed, and that that is not consistent with the way that things are operating. Time and time again, whether it's the removal of karakia, there's a reason for that. That's because different elected members have different beliefs, and then it's the removal of te reo from the, you know, from the documents because they're not clear to read and people don't understand te reo, and then we've got the removal of tai moana because emergency operators aren't going to be able to find it, even though what other reserve has a name, it's such an unlikely, uncanny name that there's not going to be duplicates, and then the fact that, oh, it's too long, we'll remove one of the other words or name it after the last name or something like that, as is customary to do. So just time and time again, it's just an absolute attack, and it's an affront to you know, we talk about generations. This family has had the land for generations. Te uri o hau and Ngāti Whātua have been here for hundreds of years. So, you know, history didn't just start when settlers came here, let's be honest there.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's all that I have to say today. It's pretty clear. I don't need to keep labouring my point. And, you know, the rest of you ought to be ashamed of yourselves because you're peddling the same thing and you're just sitting there agreeing and approving all of the things that the Mayor does. And, yep, we've got an election next year in October, and I hope that the community is actually watching and seeing what elected members are doing. Thank you.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment, please. I'd like to change B, approves naming the reserve at the end of Rangiora Road as the H. Linnell Tai Moana Reserve.
Please, Mr. Mayor, so Wilson-Collins hasn't spoken and may move an amendment. Councillor Wilson-Collins, if you just give us a couple of minutes to get that up.
One has spoken to an amendment. Is one able to speak or to second a motion? To a further.
Not spoken to the original motion, you may move or second an amendment.
Thank you.
Sorry, through the chair, was that just approves naming the reserve end of Rangiora Road as the Herbert Linnell Tai Moana Reserve?
It's the H. Linnell Tai Moana Reserve.
So it doesn't breach the principle. I'll onto it. If that's the reason. Doesn't breach the principle now, guys.
Still hasn't, so we.
When we get to that.
So, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Wilson Collins, if you can hear me, can you see on the screen there?
Yes. Sorry, I was just changing the B, so A would remain the same. And I was just changing the wording of B.
Okay, thank you
Sorry,
for the clarification. We'll get that up.
We've got a second there.
We'll just get up there first, so
Right.
people need to read it before they can second.
Does anyone need that read to them, or can they read it?
Thank you, Alana. Councillor Wilson Collins, is that better? Is that what you were moving?
Yeah, can we just put a stop after the H? So it's obviously an initial. Thanks.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have an amendment on the table. It's been moved. You need to call for a second.
Call for a second.
I'll second it.
Councillor Vincent.
So you go to the mover's statement.
Mover's statement, please.
Thank you. I'll try my best without coughing on you all. So yeah, just listening to the debate today and the briefing that we've had, the reports that we've had, and the community feedback that we've had. Obviously, it's important to the family that their ancestor's name is in the name, and it's also important to the community to have Tai Moana in as well. So this seems to be a good compromise between the two, so that we can still acknowledge both our iwi ancestry and our Pākehā ancestry as far as this reserve is concerned. Thanks.
Okay, second statement, Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's not a lot to add. I would say that in principle, relating back to the discussion which we've already had, you'll be well aware that the occasions when I'm in agreement with my colleague to my immediate right are quite rare. But on this occasion, I have to say I'm fully in support of the viewpoint that she's put forward. And I am partly lost for words that we should even be considering this question, because of the fact that I thought the recommendation as originally put forward was entirely reasonable and respectful of the wishes of the donor family and the context within which the land is to be found, i.e. alongside the Kaipara Moana, so and its tidal reaches. So I'm happy to second this motion amendment.
Anyone else want to make a statement?
Mr. Howard.
No, you go first.
Well, yeah, I would like to speak, and I will like to say I think all of us stood for this role with integrity and transparency and whatnot. And the issue is minuscule, naming, which we have talked about, and that's the last thing I want to dispute about if somebody want to keep a name. So I am very frustrated, and I'm saying that not so much so about being against Maoridom and whatever, but we had a very successful rally last week, and I attended the celebratory drinks. And I was so pleased when the organizer, Marty, he's a fastest Maori in the rally, said that we had no issue with the iwi except putting Tunatahi with Dargaville, which is actually the name of Dargaville. I think it's mind-blowing what you learn in this thing, and you have to recognize that we have changed names, and I'm in Rotary, we put a beautiful signboard by the walks. It took us 3-4 years to get through because obviously we have to recognize the Maori people involved alongside the Pākehā. So you have to work together. I think things will go simpler and simpler if we don't keep resisting like that and making a mockery of the council proceedings, where we are talking LTP of multi-million dollars, and then we are struggling to take a little name which makes sense out. It's disgusting. It's disgraceful, and I'm very ashamed to be part of this elected member council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wants to have a say.
Yeah, I'd like to have a say.
Councillor Howard.
Oh, is it statements or questions?
Statement.
Statement.
For the amendment.
I'll pass just a second.
Okay,
I want to have a say, thank you.
you've had a say. Anyway.
I haven't, not to this amendment. Excuse me, point of order.
When I'm ready, I will give you your.
Point of order.
When you're ready, I will give you your statement. I'm asking anybody else if they wish to speak first.
Thank you. There's a couple of things that I want to say. First of all, I've just Google searched Rangiora Road in relation to Taimoana Close, and they're 33 kilometres away. And I don't know why the Mangawhai councillors are even trying to have a say about this. It's nowhere near where you even live. Rangiora Road. Have you seen where Rangiora Road is?
It's the same name of a road though.
But
Let's not have an open discussion like that. There's one person at a time, please.
the councillor that should have the most say because it's close to their community is Councillor Larson. It's even quite close to Councillor Vincent's community, very, very close. It's by the peninsula. This is one of the quite significant sites of Ngāti Whātua. It's the reason why we're in the Dome Valley proceedings this week fighting the Dome Valley, is because it's in the heart. It's actually right next to one of the tributaries of the Hōtio that feed into our Kaipara Harbour. This area is of great significance to Ngāti Whātua as an iwi and to Te Uri o Hau. It's not often that that we as a people insert ourselves into into things like this, but it's because it's very significant that it is very important that is acknowledged, that the contribution and the gift actually and the taonga that Te Uri o Hau has given to the naming of this place should be taken into consideration. The next thing that I want to talk about is that now this new amendment doesn't breach the principle. So there were 3 reasons that were given in the statement as to why it was decided that it should be removed. One was that it breached the principle, that it was too long. That's been sorted. The second was that it needed to have the family's name in there. Well, it does have, it still has the family's name in there. And they have recommended, they've offered this up to council as the name. Thirdly, I don't know how it can be confused by the other Taimoana Close when it's a whole 30 kilometres away. It's all the way over on the east coast. This is on the west coast. So what I want to say, I want to challenge the councillors across the table from me. And if you are going to disagree with this amendment, I would like for you to show some accountability and to say why you're not agreeing specifically to this compromise and to explain yourself on that, because I think it's really important that you take, if you are taking a stand, that you should be transparent and accountable on the reasons for doing that, because as I see it, the reasons and the compromise that we've got to today have ticked the boxes in terms of the issues that the councillors had said were issues for them, wanting to drop this name out. So I leave it there. Thank you.
Another side? Yeah, okay. I mean, by doing this, you take Hubert Linnell out of it, really. It's H. Linnell, but that doesn't work for me. And I'm still pushing for the motion that I put forward, which is to have a succinct name without it being too long. It recognises the family of 6 generations. There are other ways to recognise local history. I think it needs to be what I have put forward. Does anyone else wish to have a say?
Already spoke.
For the vote?
Mr. Mayor, just so we're clear what we're voting on, this is the second amendment. It's up on the screen. So you're voting on the amendment.
Okay. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against raise their hand and say no. Against? No.
Division, please.
Councillor Howard,
Against?
Mayor Larkin,
Against.
Councillor Manderson,
Against.
Councillor Nair,
For.
Councillor Paniora,
Penalties.
For.
Councillor Vincent,
For.
Councillor Williams,
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins,
For.
Mayor Jepson,
Against?
and lost.
So, Mr. Mayor, the amendment was lost. So you're now back at the substantive motion. Currently, Councillor Paniora is the only person that's spoken to the substantive motion.
No, who hasn't?
Everybody else?
Okay, councillor Paniora, you can talk to this motion.
No, sorry, Councillor Paniora has spoken.
Oh, she has. So everybody else has an opportunity?
Correct.
Okay, who else would like to speak?
Please.
Councillor Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I still, as things stand, am opposed to the motion as it is, voting against it. One of the arguments that has been raised earlier in the discussion was the need to avoid ambiguity, since there already is a Taimoana close. Well, if I was on that new reserve and I had a heart attack, needed a hospital care or ambulance urgently, I'd be ringing and say, I'm on this reserve at the end of Rangiora Road.
Yeah.
Would you not mention the name of the road? The people at the call centre would want to know what road it was, so they know what road to go on. I mean, I think it's without foundation, to put it nicely, that argument that there's be a problem with ambiguity. So that's just one further point. I've already canvassed my other reasons why I disagree with the motion as it stands, but I guess I've had my say, which shows something that minority groups are entitled to, even in a less democratic times.
Anyone else like to have a say? So, to make a motion, make a final.
Right.
Councillor.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
Thank you. Yeah, I just I think most of what needs to be said has been said. But it is it's a frustrating day when you adopt the biggest piece of work you will ever adopt in your time as an elected member in a 3-year term, which takes only a few minutes, and you have to spend quite some time fighting the need to remove and eliminate Te Reo from the name on a reserve. I don't think the community will be swayed by the reasons that have been given. They're going to come to their own conclusions as to why this decision, if it makes it through today, makes it through. And it's just a long list that's becoming a history of changes and decisions that this council has been making when it comes to Te Reo and Te Ao Māori. So there's no hiding from that. It is what it is. I'm disappointed that we didn't hear from anyone else much about the compromise name. I thought it covered all bases, and Councillor Paniora highlighted those very well, considering I try to reserve my voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I can say if you
Spoken to the motion? He already has.
No, he's spoken to amendments, but not.
Oh, okay, you can speak to Councillor Nair.
Yeah. Thank you. I won't keep repeating what others have said. All I would like to say is that I think our time is precious. It has to be spent on something productive and something we can work together. Political ambitions are all well and good when you are campaigning. Here we should be more productive and actually deliver things which are more important. And we have delivered the pain this morning anyway in terms of heightened rates. And now there's an opportunity not to incite this program. I mean, I'm not saying I'm representing any party, or as a local councillor, we should not be having any political ambitions or even line in terms of which way you are leaning or leanings, if that's the right word. So I'm very disappointed. I will be going against the motion just for the fact that it has been deceitfully done. And that's, I have to keep repeating this word without the knowledge of other elected member, without the knowledge of the staff, behind the door. And that's the thing which has really pissed me off. Thank you.
Manderson?
It's not for you to say. I'm running this meeting. You don't ask people to speak. Okay, I'm going to have the final say. Is that right? Move the motion.
There's nobody else.
So no one else wants to have a say? All right.
You can have a say.
Okay, no one replied.
As you know, he's here.
I believe we're making a good decision here. It's a succinct name. It recognises a family that's been there for 6 generations. I think they'll be delighted with the name. It's not Maori bashing or Tiao bashing or anything else. It is simply naming it after a family that's been there for 6 generations without having an extended name that's too long and without repeating a name in the district. So with that, I'll go to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. 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 Against?
Against.
Division.
Councillor Howard.
Aye.
Burton.
For.
Councillor Manderson.
For.
Councillor Nair.
Against.
Councillor Peniora.
Against.
Councillor Vincent.
Well, if there was a column saying couldn't be bothered, but I'll have to go against.
Councillor Williams. Councillor Wilson Collins.
Against.
Sorry. Gibson. That has carried.
Carried. Okay. Move on to the next item, item 4.13, Kaipara Recycling Incorporated Licence to Occupy application July 2024. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Ash. Councillor Howard, second. Who's presenting this? Jenny Rooney. Fleur's online. Welcome, Fleur.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fleur and I are presenting the Kaipara Recycling application today for a licence to occupy. They seeking for approval for that from you. We have met with the Harding Park committee on 2 occasions to discuss the proposal and to work through any of the conditions that particularly the Harding family felt happy to approve. So the recommendation from the Harding Park committee is that the council approve the licence to occupy for a term of 5 years. I'll take it that the paper is read, and if you have any questions.
Any questions for Jenny? Councillor Howard?
I'd just like to be sure that the 5-year extension does give good time to make the changes and development that are projected. I think it's an important element of growth over there and recreation. So I want to make sure that the 5 years is sufficient.
Through the chair, you mean for the Kaipara Recycling to build the trails? Yes, that was discussed, and yes, they agreed.
They did. Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Councillor Nair?
So we see the draft of this license to occupy. So it talks about maintenance by the occupier. So, I mean, obviously our concern is, I'm also in the Harding Park committee. And so we would like to do Harding Park well maintained, which has been a challenge for us because there are two parties involved. So I guess this LTO will give the certainty in terms of who is doing what.
Yes, through the chair, that's
Thank you.
been worked through.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Jenny. Sinead?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Harding Park, I'm living in Dargaville. Harding Park is probably the only icon we have, which even have rainbow warriors and whatnot, and museum. Not as flash museum as Kauri, which was presented this morning, but it has a bit of history. But in saying that, all those visitors don't like so many things in the Harding Park, and the maintenance have been a key issue. And even this portion which they are taking over, and agreeing with the fellow councillor Mike Howard, is that is 5 year enough, is for the reason that we want to test waters, whether they do a good job, and then it can be extended rather than giving them an open lease of time. So I think it's a good way forward, and yeah, I'm happy to take a step forward on this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I guess Councillor Nay has said it. It's great. It's great for that community, and it's a great recreational asset to add, and community getting involved and wanting to develop it and move it along. It's fantastic, best way possible. So fantastic. Let's go.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Paniora.
I just want to say it's pretty straightforward, and yeah, happy to get on with it and let them get going on their development.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Yeah, look, I wish them well. I hope it works out, and I hope it's another great asset for particularly the younger generation in Dargaville. Who is right to reply, Councillor Nair?
Well, all I'm saying is it's a very good thing going forward, and it's bringing some more life to Dargaville. The young people can start going there, and more activity, more something to see for the people coming from other parts of the country or overseas, that they can even have a nice bike ride before they go to the museum and things like whatnot. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion carried. Okay, 0.14 Mangawhai Museum Loans, July 2024. Can I have a mover for this?
Yeah.
Councillor Larson, by Councillor Paniora, is it?
It's fine.
So this is in response to the Mangawhai Museum writing to us about the outstanding loan. They first approached us back in 2022 about the difficulty in repaying the loan, as they didn't have that many funds coming in. Council, in response to that, looked at a potential target rate, and it was proposed but not implemented last year. And they've asked, as a result of that, she asked, could we postpone the loan indefinitely? And what we've proposed as staff is that we do it until June 2026, and they continue just paying at the interest. I've spoken to them and they're happy with that. They've also asked that we arrange a meeting, talk about the needs of the three museums in line with the resolution passed by council in the deliberations hearings. That's been arranged as well. So this is this resolution is just to give confirmation of loan, not having to pay any repayments basically until 2026, sort out what funding they will get as a result of any discussions we have this year with them.
Sorry about that. I was just distracted by my flat battery. Thank you, Sue. Any questions of Sue? Paniora.
Just my question relates to, can you just jog my memory on what the interest rate is sitting at for the loan presently, and whether options have been taken into consideration and the term of the deferment for the, you know, like what's the best interest rate, or is it sitting in within a greater pool of loan?
Yes, what it is, it's based on our average rate, on council's average rate, so it's fair to them.
And that doesn't change depending on the.
It changes when our rate changes as well, so we don't.
What I mean is the difference between, say, if it was 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, will the interest still be considered?
It's the average, it's each year we determine a rate, that's my understanding, and then they know what it is at the beginning of the year, for that year.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Vincent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that the letter from the museum asked for a meeting with, quote, our 3 local councillors and council staff to understand what the intention and process will be for the museums in Kaipara together. Carrying on from there. I'm not sure if the best interests of the other museums within the district would necessarily be represented by just councillors. What is your thought on that?
So I don't have a thought on that. What we are doing is doing what the council told us to do at deliberation, is sorting out a meeting in line with what the council said was basically to get their input into potential funding, whether it be from the general rate, target rate, what do they actually want, look at their accounts, what their relevant needs are, what monies are coming in, and come back with a paper for council for the next annual plan. So no, but we've told them that we are about to contact them, the Mangawhai Museum, and I understand we'll be doing the same with the Dargaville Museum and the Kauri Museum, Kauri Museum.
Following on from that question, so when that occurs, will the Wairoa ward councillors be included in those lists?
So through the chair, we won't be including any councillors. This is operational.
Okay,
We'll sort this out first, then we'll bring it back to you as a council once we've looked at what they all want. And it may be they decide they want their insurance, they want their rates paid by councillors, maybe totally different to what we proposed at the last LTP.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to that point, and to clarify, please, Sue, I agree, an operational matter. But councillors, I would imagine, collectively would be involved and engaged in, if we go down the track, as we've identified, that we look at a targeted rate for all 3 museum facilities, that councillors might well be involved in determining what the form of support might be, or would that still stay as an operational?
No, it won't stay as operational through the chair. It will come back to council with a full report of what they assess their needs are, what we assess it as staff. We'll put up a proposal, give some alternatives. It could be just a general rate. So it might just be a grant. It might be, because there are a number of things. We'll bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, just I mean, I might have missed it because I went to Lou for a few minutes. So the museum has asked for indefinite interest-only term, right? If I get it right? Mangawhai Museum.
They just said they don't want to paying the principal, but yes, that's.
So they are, and we have chosen this period of 2 years. I mean, it might be a new council in 26 for 2 years. Is it why we are proposing 2 years? That's what I'm asking.
Because the only reason that they can't pay it back is because they didn't get the targeted rate that they asked for 2 years ago. And we went back as a council, you deliberated and said, no, Mangawhai Museum is not getting their targeted rate this year, that you'd rather consider what all the other museums want. and come out with a decision then rather than favouring one. That's my understanding. So they will be fine. I mean, I think they will be fine once we understand what they need. They'll be able to pay back the loan.
Thank you.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you. I suggest that we actually should have a concept plan for the development of the whole area as a potential tourist attraction to Dargaville. And I think that calls for input from all the organisations involved in it and an overseeing committee that perhaps makes some recommendations as a result.
Thank you.
That also relate to what the subject matter is of this?
That's what he's suggesting, is that we have a intention in the LTP for all the museums to come together, to come to us with what they see as a workable solution collectively. Thank you, Ron. Okay, anyone else wish to make a question? Okay, thank you, Sue.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes.
You have a question?
Just on that point, was it not made clear when the team from the Kauri Museum so eloquently presented to us at LTP about their situation and funding and where they want to go, that they should come back, and when they actually argued against Mangawhai getting the targeted rate, they were asked to all get together and come back to us proactively with their thoughts. So, you know, I mean, I think that was a great engagement. I didn't make it, I'm sure that I suggested that as it went, but I think that that's the first starting base, and operational will come in underneath them.
And so the question was?
The question was right up front.
I have poor concentration there.
Yeah, me too.
I'll tell you again.
No, tell me, just
Ask the question.
Do you have a question, Councillor Manderson?
And I have a statement. I think it would be a mistake to think entities with diverging interests will combine together. I think you would ask the Dargaville ones what they could do most for Dargaville.
Okay. We'll see. Okay, thank you, Sue. Go to Councillor Larson for the mover's statement.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I don't want to belabor this, but I think that a sensible way of bridging the gap for the meantime as the museum goes through difficult times. Some great prospects there, you know, especially with the deering coming into the fold with them as well there, and I hope that we can sort this out with possible assistance through rating if needed, starting tomorrow when we head into our annual plan round. Thank you.
Councillor Paniora.
Oh,
You seconded it.
yeah, I seconded it. No, nothing from me. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Naya.
Thank you. I think Councillor Madison was also raising his hand.
Okay, followed by Councillor Manderson. So Councillor Naya.
Yeah, thank you.
First.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So no, I quite like what Councillor Manderson mentioned. Dargaville, no one talks about Dargaville. I'm glad that from the other side you mentioned it. The three museums have to work together if we are looking at something bigger. Dargaville Museum actually is run by volunteers, and they are struggling as the library people in Mangawhai. So this is an issue which is of grave importance, that we don't miss an important part of our Kaipara community and do something about it. So yeah, I'm okay with what's happening here. So the museum need a breather, which we are giving, but I think in the same breath, all the museum need a breather, including the one who presented today, and especially Dargaville Museum. Thank you.
Councillor Manderson, do you want to make another statement?
Thank you. Yes, I think that they should investigate through the Dargaville community and even beyond if necessary, the people most likely to bring about the coordination and drive it forward. It could be a main attraction to the Dargaville area. It's too big an opportunity to take lightly. It should be done right, done once, done properly.
Mr Mayor.
Sorry, I'll let him finish. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
This is a point of order and the standing orders.
What is your point of order?
Relevance. The member is talking about Dargaville Museum. This is an issue about a loan that's been taken out by the Mangawhai Museum. So we have a decision to make on.
That's correct, but I think everyone has been diverging into discussing Dargaville and Kauri. So I'll let Councillor Anderson finish.
Thank you for your.
Thank you. No, I'll rest my case.
Okay, thank you.
Dave.
All right, anyone else wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Larson is the mover. Can you make your...
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, let's put to this vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay, let's go to item 4.15, which is Council to Chief Executive Legislative Delegations. We have Shireen Monday to present this. Is she here?
She is.
Yep, thank you, Shireen. You could come forward. I have a mover for this. Mover, please. Councillor Anaya, second Howard.
Kia ora. Happy to take the item as read. What is being presented to you is a facsimile, I think that's the correct way of saying it, of what was presented to the briefing earlier this month, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions of Shireen? Rangiora.
I'm just noticing the, I guess, influx or increased agenda items that are brought before us regarding alterations to delegations. Is that normal in a 3-term? That they need to keep being tweaked and amended and updated and...
So through the chair, Council directed that a review of the delegations was commenced last year. So this work is based on direction received from Council. I would say as from a staff position and on behalf of my colleagues, the last time the delegations were thoroughly reviewed was in 2014. They had a slight tweak in 2019. Since then, there have been many changes to legislation, and it is vitally important that the staff are operating under correct and up-to-date delegations from Council. So I think I mentioned it at the briefing. The idea is that we do a thorough review now and tidy it up, and I appreciate that it's a long process, but once this is done, then we won't have to come back to Council unless Council requests to review the delegations.
So this is the last one?
No, there's 2 more items.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Naya?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Like as an elected member, I mean, I don't know what changes you have made. There's a lot of updation. There's no track. There's no tracking. So I don't know whether you have given sweeping powers to the CEO or you have taken away. So I think it'll be good for, I mean, is it possible for you to do that?
Through the chair, the briefing item that you were provided with, which has the same delegations, showed you the existing delegations and the proposed amendments. So the item that you got at the beginning of July shows you exactly that. This is what you currently had as delegations, and these were the proposed amendments.
I have short memory, so I don't know that. Thank you.
Question. Sorry, that's not correct. I've actually found this paper quite hard to reconcile. So you've got the agenda item with the option 1 to approve the legislative delegations provided in attachment A, and then when you go to attachment A, we've been given a 5-page table that's really hard to follow because it's so large and no comparison as to what's been updated, and even if it was on red, it would be really helpful to even pull out what's relevant, what changes are relevant, current proposed. Attachment A has no thing to alert me to the changes.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as Shireen just said previously, the briefing documentation provided all of that.
But we're making a decision today, so.
But you know, the delegations are difficult to show with the changes in the same form, right? So we provided at the briefing, we sought feedback. We didn't get a lot of feedback, so we're presenting it to you for a decision today.
Sorry, well, I think that's not right. There has to be, I mean, you can't rely on our memory, what was done 6 months. It might have changed. It may not be what we decided in the last meeting. So I think it's a good as an attachment. We should know what we are.
That information is all available, though, that's the point.
Where is it?
In a briefing.
In the briefing.
Well, that's not here.
So the way we've set this up, council, and has been all term, is we have briefings, we provide the information to you as much as we possibly can. It's all publicly available. This briefing was at the start of this month. You had that information, we got little feedback from you, and we're presenting this paper for you for decision today. This is also publicly available, as is the briefing material.
But my question stands because the things are changing in whiff of a moment. So I suspect something might have been changed. That's the reason I'm raising it.
That's
Because it happened this morning.
hang on. You have all that information. There's no changes.
No, the one which was in the morning.
I'm wrong, Councillor, CE Maris.
Yeah, Mr. Manson.
No, I'm correct. There are no changes. So if you want to look them up, they are there. Councillor Manderson.
I think it's important to get somebody that's competent and definitely motivated to the required outcome to drive it. It won't be an easy task, but it's not an impossible one. I think it's important that you find the right person and see that they are motivated to succeed. That whole area needs tidying up, as I see it, and it would be a major possible major tourist attraction.
So Manderson, we've moved on from that. We're on to Chief Executive's legislative delegations. I'm sorry. Got my same problem as me. We've got hearing aid issues here.
So
Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think there is such a, as everybody has said, there is such a list, and thank God you're the CEO, Mr. Maris, because there is so much to follow, and it is difficult to keep up with everything. I think it would have been good to have had reference to the briefing paper as it was, with some elements highlighted that might have done that. I accept that it might be difficult to, well, there were no changes, I think is what I've heard. So there are no changes made in here. But for future reference, you know, perhaps there is a cross-reference made and we can go back to something. But, you know, I wish you all the very, very best at working through and understanding and knowing all of the delegations that you have.
Okay, that's your statement. Any further questions of Shireen?
And through Mr. Mayor, can I just make one point? We have referenced the June and July briefing. They're linked into the report. It is available. You just click the link and you go to it, and it's there.
Okay.
But we'll take your feedback. Thank you very much.
into the
Whatever they
document.
think of next.
Is there any questions? Otherwise, I'll ask Shireen to stand down. Thank you, Shireen. Okay, mover's statement, which is Councillor Nair.
Swear.
Well, all I would say, what our fellow councillor mentioned, is that I would say we are dumb because we don't remember, and there's 400 pages of information stamped on us or put through our throat. We would like to have reference on every finger, and we should be able to decide properly if we know what we are deciding on. So in this case, I think I was a bit disappointed, but yes, we move on. Thank you for that.
Okay, second to Councillor Howard.
Look, all been said. Thank you.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, let's have movers right reply. Councillor Nair. Movers reply, Councillor Nair.
Nothing much to add, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favour, raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Okay, motion carried. Okay, we've got a feedback submission on the NZTA Emergency Works Investment Policies consultation. And that is to be presented by Ananama. Can I have a mover, please? Sir Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Speaking on behalf of Dawn, who's on leave this week, in respect to the paper. So you would know that Dawn did submit, gave a briefing on the changes that NZTA are proposing to the FAR rate associated with storm events. In essence, what they're proposing is two thresholds. One, that the FAR rate decreases from 20% to 10%. And that's threshold, the qualifying threshold is in terms of the storm events. So previously it was a 1 in 10 year event, now they've moved it to a 1 in 20 year event. So what does that mean for council as a whole? It just means that when we do have a storm events, those will be the criteria. And if we don't qualify within that criteria, then we don't get the subsidy. You will note in the submission, in the appendix, some work has been done dealt between past and with this proposed change, could be anywhere between $2 and $9 million. We've made a submission, Mr. Mayor, just outlining council's position, which is not in agreement with the approach. It doesn't give us any time to consult with the community in terms of putting this future Delta funding LTP. However, it has gone through to the NZTA. It was submitted within the timeframe, and we just now await the decision by the NZTA board.
Any questions? Thank you. Okay, move a statement, Councillor Howard.
Well, it's you know, another, as I said, another kind of pushback onto local council by central government through NZTA. I suppose we can reluctantly understand that they're under pressure themselves, but you know, what we've got is a scenario that will potentially cost us. We just have to be as well prepared as we can and have fingers crossed that there are no 1 in 10 storms that come through.
Councillor Williams.
Through the chair. Yeah, look, I concur with what Councillor Howard has said. I think we've put a strong submission into NZTA. Note that Joe Carr, the Regional Transport Committee Chair, has also sent a submission on behalf of the Regional Transport Committee. So I guess we can just hope that they will take our submission feedback, and we'll just have to wait to see what they come back with once they've heard from all the councils and roading people, I guess.
Right. Any other elected members wish to speak? Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as our fellow Councillor Williams and Councillor Howard mentioned, so I am on Regional Transport Committee as well. So the stand we took is the stand which even NTA took. And I think it's a joint effort to say that NZTA, by changing the threshold and also by reducing the FAR rate, is not doing any favors to Northland, because Northland is an area prone to flooding like Gisborne or whatever. And it needs that kind of 100% support and not like 10%, because our rating base doesn't have that kind of cracking whip that we can actually go and tax our ratepayers. So I'm sure NZTA will listen, and so will the central government. So all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, Councillor Howard, your right of reply.
Nothing further.
Okay, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand, say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. We'll do one more item before we have a wee break. 5.2, the Kaipara Community Development Group Development Agreement Update. 5.2, the Kaipara Community Development Group Development Update.
You're coming back at us.
you repeat yourself, please, Mr. Mayor?
Can you please turn off your microphone or mute yourself, please?
Okay, can I have a mover for this, please?
Second.
Councillor Naya, seconder.
Yeah.
Councillor Howard. Thank you, Jenny.
Good day again. The purpose of the report today is to update you on the Te Kaupuru Development Group's application to develop the portion of the Te Kaupuru domain. The group have worked quite extensively with staff and have now come to the conclusion that they would no longer would wish to develop the area and to carry on with other parts of development within Te Kaupuru. So yeah, just to update you, let you know what's happening. And because we had done quite a lot of work, the Parks team have taken on board some of the ideas and have implemented them into I understand, into the LTP going forward. If you have any questions.
Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you. I did read it. So you mentioned that the Stellar Group engaged consultants to work alongside. That obviously was a council expense, I think, not by TKCD, that group.
Yes, it was.
Spent a bit of money on this. And so what are the drivers that they decided not to pursue it? Is it something they did not like from our end or their end?
No, I think they, from what we understand through the chair, they have decided to look at other options within the Te Kaupuru community. So, yeah, they didn't want to carry on developing that area and having to maintain it. And they felt concerned with different area aspects of the domain, but nothing to do with council or KDC.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That sounds almost to me like a realisation about the true meaning of sustainability. Is that a way of looking at it? Where like they actually thinking about the long term, like not just the shiny new stuff, but how to keep it operating and what it's going to involve.
The impact, yes.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, any
I have one question. I just came to my mind. I actually met one of the members. I don't know whether it's the same group or not, who said that they've got external funding, 300,000 or something, to develop something else. Are you aware of it or not?
Yes, I am. That's through.
That could be the driver.
Through the chair, no, they have external funding from DIA, from the Department of Internal Affairs, to develop the Te Kaupuru region, and we have had some consultation and communication with that group, with the DIA about that, but I don't think it's the driver.
So the council is supporting that or not?
It's separate to what we do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. The statement, Mr. Naya, Councillor Naya.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I always get excited when something is happening and not excited when it's not happening. And I don't know why after so many years they have decided not to do it. So finger crossed. But what I hear is that they have different plans with some money in their pocket, and good on them. All I would like to see that council is a driver of things and not something a spoke in the wheel. Yeah, so it's very pleasing to, well, not pleasing, but at least, as I said, whatever resolution came out of it. I don't know how much money we spent and still want to know that on this mission. Thank you.
Any other elected members wish to speak? All right, we'll go to the mover's right of reply, Councillor Naya.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried. Okay, we'll stop for 10 minutes for a break. Our cuppa, exceptions report, item 5.3. I'll move that. Can I have a second up? Councillor Howard, okay. I will take this as read. Any questions of CE Maris?
Many questions. Let it go. Later.
Okay.
Somebody can start it. Section report.
So perhaps, Mr. Mayor, I start with just a quick overview. And what I would tell you, obviously there's no financial information this month. We're closing off our accounts, as you would be well aware, from the end of the financial year and opening accounts for the start of this financial year. And we're working really closely with our auditors. I'll talk loudly right now. At the moment, they're on site with us through the annual report. So we'll report the financials through the annual report process. We do, I think Councillor Williams, you had a question. I think Anand's answered that over the...
Over.
You cover that? It's good. As far as the other results there, you know, if you look at the building consent applications, last month I told you we predicted we would be about 600, ended up being 583. So not too close, not too far away from what we suggested, which will be the lowest in 10 years, I believe, as well. So that gives you an indication of where the economy has been. However, obviously since March, we've seen some continued growth at the stage, which is excellent, which probably indicates it's starting to turn around in that space as well. We talked about the granny flats today, but there are a couple of other government initiatives too that are in place in the building space, such as looking at overseas products that exceed our standards and starting to bring them in, for example, to replace GIB or have an alternative to GIB. So that will make a difference, obviously, to builders and perhaps the price. Building consent values have remained reasonably high, so high value, which is good. And CCC applications, we're pretty efficient in that space as well. We understand the government, we haven't got the detail yet, but understand the government is looking at changing the legislation to make sure it's 5 working days, not 20. So they're going to force us to speed up a little bit. Haven't got any detail on that yet. So it's just a word on the street for now. But as far as all the results go, they're reported to you in the exceptions report. I think we're doing fairly well as far as teams go. Resource consent, so we're processing at 100%, which we have done for quite a while now, which is great. And if you look at the communications channel and the customer service side of things, we're still doing a large amount of interactions via phone, followed by digital. And there was growth in the reception, people coming into receptions actually in May and June as well. That's a quick highlight, quick overview. Happy to take questions as well, and I'll call upon my colleagues to help answer.
Okay, any questions? Yeah. Councillor Howard.
Thank you. If I may, I've got 3 quick ones. Page 2, procurement, Mangawhai Stormwater, Everline Street. Contract is due to be awarded early July 2024. Has that been awarded?
I understand it has. Everline Street contract been awarded? Yep. Sorry, I know. I'm just mindful that Councillor Wilson Collins is still online.
Money over here, profit share basis. If we could find it. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, it has been awarded. But there are some potential design changes that we're just working through with the community that have raised some issues recently.
Down on the beach. That was going to be the next part. Thank you, Anna. And second part was, it's good news actually about the consents and just showing an upwards tilt. But are we seeing any increases in commercial consents? Commercial building consents?
I don't have that information to hand.
Just inquiry. Okay, be interested in that.
Commercial consents.
Yeah.
Is this month in Northland, the first stage of Northland, I think they're going to do it in 27 minutes, 9 minutes, they're going to do it.
So for you, Councillor Wilson Collins, apologies. So yeah, we are seeing an increase in commercial building consents.
And the third question, I'm very sorry, sorry, Anna, again, is a question that a couple of us have raised about the roadworks that have all of a sudden started to happen on Mangawhai Heads Road. Mangawhai Heads Road. We weren't sure whether it was going to be a footpath, but it looks more like curbing at the moment. Yeah.
Is that a council project?
Is it a council or is it a private project?
It's just.
I'll just wait for Anna to come up.
Doesn't know about it. Got
We
don't often see them.
That's sorry, through Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Councillor, could you ask the question again?
Okay, there's some new roadworks happening down Mangawhai Heads Road. On the right-hand side, as you come to the curve, as you go down towards the intersection with Cove Road. And we sort of pegged out, we'd written, a couple of us had written a note, and it was pegged out, and we weren't sure whether it was a footpath, but it seems to be curb and channel. Right. Is this a council or is it private enterprise?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to come back to you, Councillor, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Find out from.
Just interested to keep abreast because we're sort of the next work we were expecting down that area was going to be the footpath to gum diggers.
But that's on the other side of
But
the
that's on the other side of the road.
Yeah, yeah. That's right, I'll come back to you.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, Councillor Nair?
No, just a quick one. I had lost 3-4 questions in the paper. The first one, you have deferred a lot of projects, about 500,000 in the item first one, where you district leadership and IT and whatnot. What's the reason? Are you still pursuing it? I'm talking capital expenditure project plan as of June 24. So this and IT period being deferred to financial year 2025, and there are quite a few. They add up to 500,000, maybe more.
Yeah, so I'll get Hayley to come in and talk to you about that. But obviously, we've got a digital program that is according to transformation to try and transform our digital service and provide better service to our customers. And we haven't had a staff really in place to be able to deliver it. So I'll just ask Hayley to talk to that.
Yeah.
Yep, through the chair, we've struggled with vacancies in our digital services team for the past 12 months. We haven't been able to fill them. We've been lacking a BA, a project manager and a systems analyst. So all of the work we should have delivered last year has been deferred to be delivered this year.
That's what I'm saying. This 500,000 can save 1% in the rates. Because we don't need it, we are not doing it.
So just through the chair, carrying forward money means we've already rated our customers. That money's already been rated. So we're not going to rate them further. We're just going to carry that money forward and deliver it still.
Oh, so you will keep waiting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? All right. Second is, I move a statement. Yeah, I'm happy with all this. Second is statement, Councillor Howard.
No, I'm very happy with this, and I'm particularly pleased to see that upturn in sense, just showing some spark in the community where people wouldn't expect it.
Okay, any other elected members wish to speak? Okay, movers right to reply. No, I'm very happy with this. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Against, motion carried. Okay, resolution register update. Can I have a mover for that, please?
I can.
Councillor Nair, seconder. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll take questions.
I got none on these. They all seem to be progress.
Oh.
Okay.
One second.
Oh, sorry.
1 second. Oh, okay, no, it's all right. I had it in the Alamar boat ramp, but it's coming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Mover statement, Councillor Nair.
Oh, I didn't get the chance to see everything, but hopefully everything is under control. You mentioned about the development agreement, which was going on from 2022, 2 years of consulting. And I don't know, can you tell me how much money we spent on that Stella wasted?
Back to questions.
Question.
He's back to questions. So is that a question, Councillor No? Regarding which item?
Or T corporate. It's one of the items.
Asked that before.
2022.
Okay, you asked that previously? Just in the item just before, yeah?
I didn't get the answer.
No, because I don't have it for you. Right?
Okay, all right. Would you let us know at some point? Thank you. Apart from that, I'm okay.
Okay, Councillor Williams, second statement.
Nothing further to add, thanks.
Okay, members want to reply, Councillor Naya?
Nothing much. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carried. Righto, recommendation to move into PECS. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Naya, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion carried. We're moving into PECS.